Exclusive coverage of Alabama football game day continues on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. This is the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood Treatment Company, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Also brought to you by Barkley GMC, Tuscaloosa's leader. Barkley makes it easy. Chick-fil-A. All Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama proudly support the Crimson Tide. And by Ford. For great offers on F-150, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
Welcome back, everybody. Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa as we're inside 45 minutes away from kickoff between Coach Nick Saban's Alabama Crimson Tide and the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. Alongside John Parker Wilson, I'm Chris Stewart, and we are so glad to have you with us for the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood Treatment Company, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. JP, first of all, great to have you back with us. I feel like if we go just off the games that you've appeared, Alabama's still undefeated, number one in the country, because we missed you last week, and some things may have changed. That's correct. Not that I'm pinning it on Barrett Jones by any stretch. However, we are undefeated with you on the mic, so welcome back.
Thank you. And I'm still undefeated in Knoxville since 2006, so we'll take it.
Yeah, but indeed.
However,
we're holding on to that.
Everybody that I ran into this week made sure to remind me that it was my fault that we lost that game, and I was absent.
Good.
So I'll take it. I will take that. It's not the first time I've been blamed for a loss here at Alabama.
100%. I can attest to that fact. May have been guilty as charged a time or two. No, I never did that to you. It is interesting, though, because this Alabama team now, and this program now, is so accustomed to winning. They're not as accustomed. Now, I say that, and I realize there have only been a couple of perfect seasons under Coach Nick Saban. That being said, it can be jolting and jarring when you lose a game in the regular season. That, however, is not always a bad thing.
No, you're exactly right. You know, the standard that we've set here since Coach Saban, or really that we have at Alabama, is high, right? We expect to win every game. The fans, the players, the staff, us, everybody expects to win every game. And not only to win it, but now it's win it in a fashion that is basically flawless, right?
Right.
When we do win by 20 points in some games, it's like, well, we could have done this better. And that is so true. That's exactly right. But it's a high standard, and I think the players appreciate that, right? You don't want to lose a game, and we did last week. So the biggest question is how do we handle it today, right? We got beat up pretty bad. Gave up 52 points. That was the most in 115 years at Alabama. And now we're playing a Mississippi State team that's going to try to do exactly what Tennessee did last week, and that's throw the ball over the yard and have a big day passing. So a big test for these guys, but having a loss also gives you time to take a step back, to assess everything. Because even the wins, right? We talked about how close Texas was, and we got out of there with a win, but it was still a win, and last week was a loss. So you take it to heart a little bit more. You prepare a little bit extra. And I think, it frees you up a little bit. You know, you don't have to play as tight as you lost, and it's not going to be a perfect season. All right, we can go play ball and have fun playing again.
All right, let's get into the scouting report. It's presented by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Where's the scout in this one for a Alabama team taking on a Bulldog squad that's been very good at times, but is also reeling just a little bit?
Yeah, they are. Mississippi State 5-2 on the season. They're 2-2 in SEC play, coming in the 24th ranked team in the country. This is an offense that I'm very familiar with. We ran this when I played at Hoover High School. We ran the exact same offense, called it the exact same routes, right? 94, 95. You've heard me even say mesh sometimes on some routes. We called it 92 mesh. Mike Leach is still running the same offense that they really started at Kentucky years ago. So they want to throw it. They want to throw it often. The difference is this year they're running the ball better than they have. Going back to 2016, a Mike Leach team, this is a team that actually wants to try to rush it. So welcome to the SEC, Mike Leach. We rush the ball every now and then. That being said, they're still only rushing the ball 93 yards a game. That's 14th in the SEC out of 14 teams. But it's become a bigger point of emphasis. And the scouting report on this team is they're going to nickel and dime you. You heard Coach Saban say that this week. and not a ton of shots, not a ton of big plays downfield. So you've got to be very patient on defense. You've got to be focused the entire game, and you've got to be able to make tackles. You've got to be able to make open field tackles, because this is a team that really thrives on that. They lead all of college football right now in yard after catches with 1,380. That's 197 yards a game through the air that comes after the catch. So tackling is going to be extremely important today.
All right, we've gone from the scouting report now to our star to watch. It's brought to us by Life Storage, offering convenient storage units to keep your memories, family history, and accomplishments safe and sound. Call 844-LIFE-STORAGE or visit lifestorage.com. Life Storage, it's your life. Store it with care. Which stars are we looking for in this one?
You know, I think we got to look at the defense this week, right? And especially the secondary. So every guy back there is going to be the stars to watch, because it's going to be that important today after having a tough week last week. Gave up 52 points to Tennessee. So you've got to pick up the pieces and move on. And just a week later against a team that's going to try to do the exact same thing. Now, they're not as explosive. They're not going to throw it down the field as much. But you've got to be ready to go. So DeMarco Hellams, Jordan Battle, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Terry and Arnold, maybe some other guys that mixed in. Last week also our nickels were very involved, both Brian Branch and Malachi Moore in the passing game. So Mike Leach is going to see what happened last week and try to exploit the same things that Heupel did last week against Tennessee. And to me, it isn't always a total team defense, but we got to get some pressure up front and take some of the stress off the secondary.
Flip it the other way for Mississippi State. They've got a roster full of guys who are very talented, especially on the offensive side. I would assume that a big star to watch will indeed be their starting quarterback in Will Rogers.
Yeah, this guy, look, in his third year, a Mississippi native too. I was really impressed with him last year when he played Alabama. I know they didn't score, but this is a tough guy. I mean, he was beat up immensely last year against Alabama and stayed in the game and played pretty well. Will Rogers leads basically the country in everything. He's third in the nation in attempts, yards, touchdowns, all those numbers. Lead in the SEC. He's a very accurate passer, makes quick decisions, gets the ball out of his hands, seems very comfortable back there in a complicated offense. This is an offense that takes really true timing from the quarterback and the receivers being on the same page, because it's a lot of zone reads. If we're in zone, it's a lot of, hey, you're not running to the hash and then running 10 yards out. You're trying to run to a zone and beat the zone, the defense. And each play that they're going to have, there's going to be a front side read and a back side read based on what the coverage is. So the quarterback's got to really be in tune with his wideouts. And to me, this is a guy, Will Rogers, that's very comfortable in this offense, that knows what Mike Leach wants to call and anticipates that. And he's done it all for this team. He gets the ball in his hands quick. This is a team also up front that doesn't give up a lot of sacks, not a lot of tackle for losses. They get the ball in their hands quick with a good offensive line also. Right around 35 minutes from kickoff, the Alabama Crimson Tide taking on the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Wow, the oldest rival in Alabama football history. The Tide and the Dogs squaring off here at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. We'll continue with more pregame coverage right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the whoops. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest.
It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you. Their fearless guide to this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is an important message from the Mine Safety and Health Administration. Mining fatalities, accidents, and injuries are preventable. Taking a minute to approach your task safely can protect you and your fellow miners from injury and death. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Do it safe. Do it right. Whether buckling a seatbelt or securing equipment, these quick safety measures can prevent injuries and fatalities. Take time. Save lives. For more resources, visit MSHA.gov.
Farming is dangerous. There's dangers all around us.
We go through safety training and try and do these things to make sure accidents don't happen.
You don't want to hit a gas pipe because that's your life. The other part of it is if you hit certain things, you're liable for it.
Farm Safe 811 starts with you. Always call 811 and wait for any underground lines to be marked.
Always keep safety in the back of your mind. Just stay humble.
For more information, go to farmsafe811.org.
Great to have you with us back at Bryant-Denny Stadium, a little more than 30 minutes away from kickoff. The Crimson Tide and the Bulldogs of Mississippi State getting things going here in Tuscaloosa. Chris Stewart along with John Parker Wilson continuing our pregame coverage by looking at the starting lineups presented by Walk-On's Sports Bistro. Puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Visit a location in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-Ons, more than a restaurant. Looking at the projected starters for the Crimson Tide in this one, we'll start with the Bama defense. JP, Tim Smith expected to be along that defensive front, listed along with DJ Dale and Byron Young. Also Dallas Turner, Henry To'o, and Jalen Moody at the linebacker slots, and of course Will Anderson listed as the jack linebacker, which means he'll walk up and give you a four-man front look as we talk about each week.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Deontay Lawson. Also, Jalen Moody kind of injured the past couple weeks out of Tennessee. Didn't have any stats last week, so Deontay Lawson filling in. This guy can play football too. And I'll tell you another one up front, Jaheim Otis, the nose tackle, 6'5", 348, true freshman. He is getting it done up front. 91 for Alabama is a force. I mean, you got to put two, even sometimes three guys on him, especially if you're running the ball. He is a force up front. They're playing well, and we're going to have another big effort from the guys up front this week. Like I said earlier, to try to take some of the pressure off the secondary, get back to Will Rogers, affect him early, and try to get him off his rhythm and timing, because this is such a timing offense we're going against today.
Expected to maybe see 6 defensive backs start in this one. Could see easily Malachi Moore at the star, Brian Branch at the Muddy. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a little more Eli Ricks this week as well. Terry and Arnold listed as the starter, but expected to see maybe a little more of Eli Ricks in this game at one corner with Kool-Aid McKinstry at the other. And then, of course, the safeties for the Crimson Tide, DeMarco Helms and also Jordan Battle. It's a group that got, frankly, toasted last week. A lot of elements, and again, a lot of things to point to. It's not just the secondary. You've got to get pressure up front to help those guys out.
Yeah, and look, Tennessee had a really good scheme coming in. I mean, they had the wide splits, and really I don't think something that we have seen a lot of, and they put our guys on islands. They were able to isolate safeties on wide receivers, which is not a matchup you want to you want to live by, because it's a low percentage for the defense, and as an offensive guy, we're always trying to find ways to get our wideouts one-on-one with a safety or get a safety in space. Christian, we were talking earlier before the game that the safeties were taking guys that are usually rerouted at the line of scrimmage. They get some kind of jam, and then they get a chance to go back there in coverage. But last week with the splits and the different things that Tennessee was able to do, really put our guys on an island. And, Chris, I think you're exactly right. We're going to see a lot of DBs today. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one of these cornerbacks come in at the nickel of the star. That's Coach Saban's terminology for nickel. We bring in 5 defensive backs. Dime or the star would be 6 defensive backs and only 1 linebacker. Bringing some of these other guys inside and seeing what they could do. I know there's a lot of practice, especially in the offense, at that nickel position. And quite frankly, it wouldn't surprise me to see Eli Ricks even move inside there, or Kool-Aid McKinstry, who we've seen in the past play the nickel spot. So there'll be definitely a chess match in the secondary today for Pete Golding.
All right, let's take a look at the offense for Mississippi State. And as we said, it does start with a quarterback, Will Rogers. But they've got any one of 3 guys that could be in the backfield: Jaquavian Marks, Dylan Johnson, or Simeon Price. All 3 listed as oars as the starters. So that tells me at some point we are going to see probably all 3 get the football handed to them.
Yeah, Dylan Johnson leading right now in the rush category for Mississippi State, 407 yards. He's got 215 through the air. Marks, number 7 running back, he's got 259 rushing, 200 through the air. So you can kind of see they're not really keen on rushing it a lot. They expect these guys to catch the ball in the backfield a ton. 334 yards average for Mississippi State through the air, only 92 through the ground. So they'll run it when they can. They would like to run it, but this is a team that wants to throw the ball. The running backs know that. And Will Rogers, look, this guy's on pace to set every record that Mississippi State has. He is tied with Dak Prescott right now with 70 touchdowns. Needs 338 yards to become the Mississippi State leading passer. Hopefully we can keep him under that tonight, because this is a talented guy that throws the ball to a ton of wide receivers.
Speaking of, we'll begin by looking at the alphabet soup. They don't go wide receiver. They go X, H, Y, and Z for their different position groups as wideouts. But Ra Thomas, Dietrich Griffin, Justin Robinson could all be at the X. Those are 3 young men that are expected to see the football at one time or another.
Yeah, so the X receiver is usually he's the stud, right? He's the one that goes downfield. I think of like Julio Jones and Amari Cooper. Those are X-type receivers. You put them one-on-one, and you got to put two defensive backs on them. And Ra Thomas is that guy. He's leading right now, 383 yards, 3 touchdowns. So a team that doesn't throw the ball down and take a ton of shots, but if they do, number 0 for Mississippi State, Thomas, is the guy that's probably going to be it for Mississippi State.
All right. As we said, also, in addition to the X and the H with Austin Williams, Jameer Calvin, they also at the Y will have Rufus Harvey, Jaden Wally, or Scooby Ford. And they just got a ton of guys that are available to them, and they will utilize them at some point during the game.
Yeah, they've got 6 wideouts right now that have 20 or more catches. So that through 7 games played in their 8th games, that's a lot of guys catching the balls, rotating them in. The Y position for us, Alabama, is a tight end. That's Cameron Latu. For them, it's a wide receiver, right? They don't have the big tight ends that we would think about. It's just a position on the field for them. They spread the ball around a ton. It becomes confusing, too, for the offense because you got different guys at different spots. It's a lot easier to know who your key is if he's a big tight end body. So, like I said, the focus level for this game is probably got to be the highest it's been all year for our secondary.
Caleb Ducking, Antonio Harmon, Jordan Mosley rounding out the options potentially for Will Rogers among their offense. Let's flip it to the Mississippi State defense. Defensive ends, Jordan Davis, or one expected to be the starter at defensive end. The nose is Cameron Young. Jalen Crumity is the defensive tackle with that 3-man front that they'll go with.
Yeah, so a 3-3-5 defense for Mississippi State. 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers. And you can call Alabama we're really a hybrid, right? We put 3 down. We've got Will Anderson in the jack. Call him a defensive end more than a linebacker, really. And then the other guys fill in. So we're a 4-3. They're a 3-3. and then they'll play 5 DBs, so 3 safeties most of the game, and the 3 guys up front for them, they've got pretty good size, not great size, so something our offensive line is going to take advantage of today and run the ball and keep the ball with our team and limit what Mississippi State has the ability to do.
The Bulldogs in the secondary with that 5-man secondary we talked about. DeCamerion Richardson at one corner, Emmanuel Forbes at the other, and then you've got 3 safeties listed there as starters: Jalen Green, Colin Duncan, Jackie Matthews as well. It's a veteran group. You got some Alabamians in there. When you're talking about Matthews from Pinson Valley, went to West Virginia originally before he made his way to Mississippi State. Colin Duncan is from Montgomery, played at St. James before making his way to become a Bulldog at Mississippi State. So again, some veteran guys, some talented guys there available for the Dogs.
Yeah, Emmanuel Forbes, their cornerback, he's a stud. 4 interceptions in the last 3 games. 2 of those he took back to the house for a touchdown. He's got 5 pick-sixes in his career. That ties an all-time SEC record, and he's leading the SEC this season for both 5 interceptions and 6 pass breakups. So 13, Emmanuel Forbes, he's a real deal. He's going to be playing a lot on Sunday. Probably after this year, he's just a junior. But the 3 safeties, they got Jalen Green also. He's a safety by position. He's converted cornerback, so a lot of athleticism in the backfield for Mississippi State. And they're comfortable going against the pass because, just like we always say all the time, when you play good guys in practice, it makes you a better defense or a better offense. Well, they're used to going against the pass in offense. So something that, as I think our receivers are trending up, Ja'Cory Brooks, Trayshawn Holden, Cameron Latu had a heck of a game last week. As we're trending up, we've got to keep the pressure on these other teams in the secondary.
Let's take a look at the Alabama offense. We begin on the offensive line. Tyler Steen at left tackle, Javian Cohen at left guard, and then Darian Dalcourt or Seth McLaughlin listed as starters this week. Some talk maybe you'll see Dalcourt there getting the opportunity back once again at center with Emil Ekiyor at right guard and J.C. Latham at right tackle. Buying time for the most dynamic player, in my opinion, in college football once again, last year's Heisman Trophy winner, Bryce Young.
Yeah, look, I think this offensive line's been playing pretty solid. We see Kendall Randolph also, he's an offensive line, but he'll wear a tight end jersey in the 12 personnel along with Latu. Tyler Brooker's been getting a ton of playing time, the true freshman out of IMG Academy. But yeah, how about Bryce Young, man? Last week, it was a thing of beauty. Coming off an injury, missed the week before, it was able to keep us in the game, scoring 49 points. You score 49 points on offense, you want to win the game. But this week, see how he comes back. It's going to be sore. There's still a lot of stuff going on for him. But the guys up front are definitely doing their job and doing their part to keeping them clean.
From a quarterback's perspective, how difficult is it to play with an injury, whatever that may be, from a mental focus standpoint? You got enough on your mind when you're 100%. When you're not, how can that alter and affect what you do?
Well, I think it depends on the severity of the injury. If you can go out there and make all the throws, you just deal with the pain, right? I mean, all these guys hurt. All these guys feel pain every day. So if you can still throw that 20-yard comeback or the deep ball, you just let it rip, and it's going to hurt like heck after the play. And then you get up there, and as soon as the ball snaps, you forget about it, and then it hurts again. So you just, it's part of it. You deal with it. You deal with the pain. But the guy, to me, we talk about all of his skill sets, but this guy's mind and his vision and his patience, all the intangibles that Bryce Young has. We've had some pretty good quarterbacks here that I've been able to watch since I've been on the broadcast with Jalen and Mac Jones and Tua. But man, Bryce Young is special, and he's got all the intangibles. So he'll. I'm looking to see how this offense comes out. Dude, we got to keep pace, right? 49 points last week. It'd be easy for our offense to sit back and say, hey, we're pretty good. We got to come out here and deliver tonight.
A lot of applause taking place right now as we're still 20 minutes away from kick for this matchup between Alabama and Mississippi State. That's because the 1992 National Championship squad is being recognized. They're in the end zone to our left. The former players that are able to be here and acknowledge the cameras panning down and across. And, man, is this place going to go nuts when the camera makes its way to the far end and Gene Stallings shows up on that camera here inside Bryant-Denny Stadium, one of the most beloved and respected individuals in Alabama football history.
No doubt. Remember, I was 7 in 1992. I remember watching this game. There he is right there.
Place going nuts.
Look at that guy. Talking about a stud. There's one right there.
George Teague right by.
Yes. Pretty sweet. I remember watching this game, though, and thinking, man, this is pretty cool right here. Because, we were coming out of the 80s and then won the championship in 92 with Gene Stallings. Grandparents get a picture on the wall of him. You see him everywhere. It's pretty cool. And what a nice, genuinely awesome guy.
No question about it. And it is great to see his players. Got a chance to visit George Teague a little bit, Prince Wembley here as well on the other side of Coach. And a great round of applause and well-deserved for a gentleman, a great coach, a national champion, and the honorary captains for today, George Teague and Prince Wembley, that'll be recognized or are being recognized here tonight at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Back to the starters. Partner, you got to help me out. You know my train of thought, only it's a real short track. We've talked about the offensive line. We talked about the quarterback in Bryce Young. Cameron Latu at tight end, I just think as a receiver gets better and better every week. But joined, listed as starters, Trayshawn Holden, Jermaine Burton, JoJo Earl, or Kobe Prentice. But I think you're going to see a lot more of the young guys like Isaiah Bond, like Kendrick Law, and I think there's a better chance than we've had at any point that we'll see Tyler Harrell this week as well. I know we've been hoping for that. We still are. Don't know anything definitive, certainly, but you just kind of get the feeling that this guy may have a chance today.
And we've been teased also. You see all the clips from practice, and it looks pretty good. So it would be nice to get him on the field tonight just to see what he can do, see how he changes the offense, see what Bill O'Brien does with him and moves him around the field and tries to get him downfield. But I'm impressed with this wide receiver group. Last week had a big night. Cameron Latu led the team, 6 catches, 90 yards, 1 touchdown, made some extremely athletic catches and moves all game. I think Trayshawn Holden continues to improve. Ja'Cory Brooks, kind of to me emerging as the leading receiver, as the number one guy. He had 6 for 79 last week and a touchdown. They've gotten better. They've gotten better. I know they got a lot of attention on them this year. But to me, this is a group that's gotten better. And Chris, I think you're right. These young guys are pushing them hard, and they're pushing them so hard that they're starting to get on the field. We've seen Kobe Prentice from game 1 with JoJo Earl being out, but Kendrick Law has definitely gotten more in there. Isaiah Bond, and then Kendrick Law. He's been mixed in there a little bit. So we're deep, but we just got to continue getting better, like I think we have all season.
Continuing to count down to kickoff and closing in on 15 minutes to kick, presented by Beatbox. And each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood, wood treated right. And tonight's game is presented by Chevron with Techron. Find a station near you or on the Chevron app. When we come back, it will be the kick. Alabama and Mississippi State here at Bryant-Denny Stadium on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood Treatment Company. Everwood. Wood treated right. Also brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Kickoff is just moments away on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Finding that missing shin guard. Remembering whether it's a home or away game. Getting the right kid to the right playing field on the right day. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple so you can worry about more important things. Like not being that fan.
Oh, come on, ref!
That's simple human sense.
Visit AutoOwners.com to find a local agent today.
Convenience is the name of the game at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University. Located on Veterans Memorial Parkway, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University offers just the right amenities for a relaxing getaway or a productive business trip. The University of Alabama, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Coleman Coliseum, and the Bryant Conference Center are within 2 miles, making any visit to the Capstone convenient. Whatever you're visiting Tuscaloosa for, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University is the perfect hotel destination and a proud preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide.
Hey there, folks. Head fry cook Bob Baumhauer here, and I just want to say thank you for allowing Baumhauer's Victory Grill to serve you for 40 legendary years. When I first delivered Alabama's first taste of buffalo wings back in 1981, people thought I was crazy. For the first few years, I had to give wings away. Imagine that. 40 years later, I'm still proud to serve the great people and visitors of Alabama our famous buffalo wings and much more. Here's to 40 years of legendary fun, legendary food, and many, many more.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and WingCreekCasino.com.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the drug facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the drug facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/drug facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic. Safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
On the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield, turn it up. It's game time. Brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now with a call of the game, here's Chris Stewart and John Parker Wilson.
Welcome in, everybody, on an absolutely gorgeous night in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. The Crimson Tide trying to get back in the win column after dropping a tough one in Knoxville last week. Mississippi State trying to do likewise as the Bulldogs fell in their contest in conference play at Kentucky. 27-17 was the final in that ball game. John Parker Wilson, we got great weather, 74 degrees. Clear skies. Those are your weather conditions presented by Alpha Insurance. Get a quote or find a local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha. JP, for Alabama, they're just trying to call on a way to get to a victory and get to an off week before they start that back portion of not only SEC play, but the overall schedule.
Yeah, off week next week's huge. But this is a big task tonight. Homecoming, right? So little extra curricular last night. The seniors leave the hotel and they get to go to the. Do they still do that? You were there.
I was there. That's what I heard. There were moments I was. They did indeed have several veteran players there. Coach Saban spoke, but it was a brief appearance.
Yeah,
they're ready to get focused.
Brief, but you get out of the hotel. It's kind of nice to get out because you get in there and you're kind of locked in. So they get out, they go do that, and then a late kick tonight, but. I think the biggest thing of tonight is getting out to a big open and get scoring quick.
In just a moment, there'll be a moment of silence observed. And in fact, I believe we're going to pick up Tony Giles, public address announcer.
Earlier this week, the Mississippi State football team lost one of its own, Sam Westmoreland. In memory of Sam, we ask that you rise and join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please remain standing to salute tonight's flag recipient, Master Sergeant DeLorean Prude. Master Sergeant Prude is a native of Carrollton, Alabama. His deployments range from Iraq, Honduras, and Afghanistan to Kuwait over an 11-year span. He is the recipient of numerous awards and decorations, including multiple awards of the Meritorious Service and the Army Commendation Medals. He has also been awarded campaign medals for combat service in Afghanistan and Iraq. Master Sergeant Prude will be retiring in January 2023, finishing with 21 years and 6 months of service. Royal Furniture is proud to join Alabama Athletics in thanking Master Sergeant DeLorean Prude for his service to our country.
And our salute to service honoree is presented by Royal Furniture. Dr. Robert Levitt, on PA.
35A Panther jets executed by the 58th Fighter Squadron from Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Please remove your hats and join in singing as the $1 Million Band proudly presents our national anthem.
Another great crowd here on another great night
and now
at Bryant-Denny Stadium as the Crimson Tide and the Bulldogs a little less than 10 minutes away from getting things going. While we've got an opportunity, why don't we pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Christian Miller is our Crimson Tide Sports Network's Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter tonight. Christian, great to have you back with us again on the broadcast. And you didn't have to deal with many defeats during your playing career, but tell me what weeks like this were like for you as a player in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, Chris, there weren't many of them, but I'll tell you this. When we did have them, it was so important the following week to come back and make a statement and get back to playing our standard because, hey, you have two choices. You can either lay down after a loss or you can learn from it. And these guys need to learn from it and go back to playing their football moving forward.
When you look at this team, when you look at last week, and not just last week, again, we talk about a narrow loss that came down to the final seconds. We recall it was just 2 weeks ago here in Tuscaloosa. We came down to the final play that thankfully went the Crimson Tide's way and provided a victory for Alabama. But what's the most glaring thing that you see from your perspective that must change for this team to get back to play to that standard you referenced?
Yeah, Chris, I think the biggest thing is just cleaning up our play. We have to play more disciplined. We can't keep having all these penalties. And we really have to get back to the main details. So small fundamentals, whether that's angles, eye discipline, and just being in the right position and playing to your technique. You know, we go out there and we practice these things each and every day. And you just have to go out during the day and trust the process and play football and dominate your box one play at a time.
John Parker Wilson, as a captain, Christian Miller knows, just as you do, because you both held that title with your football respective squads. A lot lies on your shoulders, especially at quarterback. Bryce Young's a young man who's shown that he can handle that very well, but it's got to be more than just number 9.
No, you're exactly right. Bryce Young can definitely handle it. And after a loss, the whole team needs to be a leader. You have to hold every single person accountable in every aspect, not just on practice, but in the meeting rooms, in the training rooms, eating, whatever, everything, every aspect is going to be analyzed and held accountable. And I think this team has the ability, has the capacity to do that. Guys like Will Anderson and Henry To'oTo'o, probably, Jahmyr Gibbs now at this point in the season and how long he's been here. You look to these guys, but, I think Christian said it perfectly. You got to come back and you got to send a message. You got to send a message to the rest of the conference, the rest of the country, but also to yourselves in the locker room that one game is not going to define us, and we're going to come back and play to the standard that we've set and expect for ourselves. And I expect that here tonight. I mean, this is a perfect opportunity to do it. Own homecoming. Everybody's here. Huge crowd again here tonight in Bryant-Denny Stadium. So it's a perfect time to get back on track.
Here they come down the tunnel. Coach Saban leading the way for his Crimson Tide. The captains are already out at the sideline for Alabama. Bryce Young, Will Anderson, Jordan Battle are the captains for today. And our kickoff captain is going to be Dawson Lunsford from Enterprise. 6 years old. Dawson loves the Tide. Joins us tonight courtesy of Barkley, GMC, and Make-A-Wish, Alabama. And speaking of Alabama, the Crimson Tide has made its way out of the locker room into the sidelines, and the Bulldogs doing likewise from the south end of the field. In a moment, we will have the coin toss. Again, we welcome Dawson and his parents to Bryant-Denny Stadium, wishing the best at midfield with our game captains for the coin toss, the honorary captains, as we said, also Prince Wembley, along with George Teague for the 92 National Championship squad for the University of Alabama. Our lead official is Scott Walker, our referee for tonight's ball game, as the captains are making their way out, and we will listen in as Christian Miller will get the microphone to Mr. Walker and allow us to tune in at midfield.
Good evening, guys. I'm Scott Walker. I'll be your referee for tonight's game. Joining me is our umpire. This is the coin we'll be using for today's coin toss. This is heads. This side's tails for the teams of each team in the conference. Mississippi State University, you are the visiting team. What is your choice? Tails. Tails is the call. Tails is the call. You have won the toss. Mississippi State, what is your choice? Receive. You want the ball. Which way would you like to kick? All right, turn your back that way.
Not a surprise, John Parker Wilson. Mike Leach would want the football first if given the opportunity.
Why not, right? I always like taking the football first. Let's go get it, put some points on the board. Hey, and this is a Mike Leach team that really likes to play from the lead. They are 12 and 4 when they score first. So this is a team, this is an offense that wants to get on the board early and then control the clock. They do it through the passing game. They don't do it through the running game. They want to keep the ball, keep control of the game, keep our offense off the field, wear our defense down. That's what he's going to try to do, and that's why he took the kick to open the game.
Will Reichard will handle the kickoff for the Crimson Tide. And again, when you miss a kick in the final 15 seconds and the opposing team makes one in walk-off fashion for a victory, a big spotlight shining on that. But Will has missed 3 kicks in the last 2 weeks. That being said, still one of the best legs, one of the best weapons at that position in college football. But I'm sure it'll feel good for him to see his first placement opportunity go through the uprights, whether it's a field goal or extra point. But just to kick that sucker as hard as he can on a kickoff, probably not a bad feeling either.
No, you're right. Just get it out of the way. All right, we're back. Look, he's still kicking good balls. He's missing it just, fraction to the right each and every time. So, you making adjustments as a quarterback or as like Christian as a linebacker. You make adjustments as a kicker also. He is a great, solid, consistent kicker. He's had a bad couple weeks. Got to bounce back here this week against State.
Tulu Griffin, one of the deep men from Mississippi State. The other, Simeon Price, as this one will go towards Griffin. It will go through the back of the end zone, and it will be a touchback and a good start in the kicking game for Alabama right there, as Mississippi State will start off 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. With Will Rogers, the junior from Brandon, Mississippi, Brandon High School product, 6'2", 210, engineering the offense, 25 of 37 last week, 203 yards, a touchdown, but a pick as well in their loss at Kentucky.
Yeah, and Alabama's changing it up right now. We're starting the dime package, but Eli Ricks starting opposite of Kool-Aid McKinstry at quarterback tonight.
Rogers operating from the pistol with Jaquavius Marks as the single set back to his right. They'll send a man in motion in Jared Wiley. They'll look left. They'll throw across the middle, and that's broken up. Nice play early by Bama defensively, as that one was intended for Caleb Ducking, but the first play involving Eli Ricks is read well and executed well.
And no pass interference call. I mean, that was a bang-blang play right there. It was a slant coming from the right side. Eli Ricks, good position on top of him, but knocked the ball down to the turf.
Rogers again with Marks to his right, operating from the pistol formation. Waiting on the snap on 2nd and 10. They'll go on the handoff. They'll run it right side, and they will pick up about 5 yards on the play, maybe give him 6 on that one, as Henry Toe was the first man there to make the stop on Jaquavian Marks. Christian, what do you got?
Hey, it's a really good job by Ricks. They put him in the game to start it off, and he started off with a fast deflection and was in on that tackle right there. Really good things seeing from Eli Ricks so far.
So 3rd down and about 4 needed for the first down for Mississippi State. They've got to get right to the 35-yard line. Walking up, directing traffic, Will Rogers. Now going back to the pistol formation. Waiting on the snap, gets it, hands it off. They will get 4 yards, and they'll get real close to that first down mark, but I think he's going to be about a foot shy. Didn't get there, but will they roll the dice here early and go for it on 4th and a foot? Looks like they may, or at least they're going to give that indication.
And they ran the ball back-to-back times right there, Chris. If a team that doesn't run the ball a lot, 4th and inches right here. They're 10 of 15, 67% on the year on 4th downs. Looks like Leach.
Jamil Burrows in the middle of that defensive front for the Crimson Tide.
The previous play is under further review.
They're going to review the spot. And again, we talked about the listed starters for Alabama, but there were a number of players who were in street clothes prior to kickoff for Alabama that had been in the starters, as we get the official review brought to us by My Eye Doctor. With 20 convenient locations for your busy schedule, don't miss a single play this season. Eye care and eyewear really are better together at My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more. Again, players that were listed as starters but out for today: Justin Aboigbe, DJ Dale, Jaheim Otis, Deontay Lawson, and DeMoy Kennedy, who's been out now for a couple of weeks. So it's a thinner defensive unit for the Crimson Tide, it looks like, today. I'm sure State's got some guys banged up as well, but for Alabama, you're going to see some new faces there working in some key spots defensively.
Yeah, and so what does Mike Leach do, Christian? He runs the ball back-to-back times at this depleted defensive line. So this is going to be a pretty tight call. Christian, come up here for the review.
Yeah, JP, they're without Justin Aboigbe, DJ Dale, and Jaheim Otis up front. 3 critical guys in the defensive line. So as we just saw, Mike Leach is deciding to run the ball, test that defensive line. We're going to have to, be stout up front and fill in for those guys. But we'll see going forward how this game plays out. But I think these guys are going to be prepared for it.
Well, Christian, did you see their lineup right there? Alabama was. They were about to get this review, but 2 defensive linemen and Will Anderson as a defensive lineman also for most of it. We'll hear what the referee has to say right here.
After review, the ruling on the field, the ball carrier short of line of game stands. 4th down.
So it will be 4th and about a foot, and let's see what the Dogs opt to do.
But it seems like we were changing up our personnel right now. We got Tim Smith, we got Byron Young as the defensive lineman, and then Will Anderson and Dallas Turner. So really, 2 true defensive linemen into the game for Alabama so far in the game.
They're going to go for it on 4th and a foot, but operate from the pistol. Marks going to the left side now of Rogers, the quarterback. Let's see if they go with a long count, try to draw Alabama off sides. 6, 5, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, and at the very last second, they are going to call a timeout to discuss this. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, JP, that they won't go for it here.
No, I mean, they could. Look, definitely could go for it here. That took a timeout, but I think it was good to see from Alabama right there of hold your water and not jump off sides. I mean, 17 penalties last week. This is a big situation right here where this crowd's rocking. I took my headphones off for a second to just hear how loud it is. So the fans are in it. They know exactly how big that was for Alabama, not to jump off sides and give them a free first down. So trending in the right direction for Alabama, and looks like they're going to send their punt team out. And from their own 34-yard line, I think that's probably a good call for Mike Lee Troy in the game.
Georgia Polis will come on to punt as Kool-Aid McKinstry is the deep man. Walking around back inside his own 25-yard line, waiting on the punt. The rugby-style kick end to under end, and a fair catch called for and made at the 22-yard line. And Alabama forces a 3-and-out of the Bulldogs to get things started. That is definitely a good sign and a good start for Alabama in this one.
3-and-out, we'll take it right there, get them off the field. No first downs from a team that controls the ball and moves it through the air. You know, I'm interested to see what they do in the running game, how they try to get it going right there on the first drive for State. 2 rushes, 9 yards. Now it's up to Bryce Young. Let's put the pressure on them. Get on the board early. Let's see what we got. JoJo Earl starting. I think Jermaine Burton up top for Alabama, Ja'Cory Brooks at wideouts.
And Bryce Young, of course, at quarterback, operating from the pistol with Jameer Gibbs behind him as the single setback. They'll bring Brooks in motion to the right side of the formation. They'll hand it off right side. Gibbs wrapped up, able to slip through somehow and get back near the line of scrimmage, but just shy of it by a yard or two. But that looked like it was going to be at least a 5-yard loss initially.
Yeah, it was a good cutback from Gibbs just to get close to the line of scrimmage. Tackle for the loss. First play of the game, not good for the offensive line, but Gibbs fights back, gets this to the 20-yard line.
2nd and 12 now for Alabama after the stop from Jet Johnson leading the way. The linebacker. Dog showing a 3-man front. Young with time to throw. Looking to his right, will dump it off to the safety valve Gibbs. He'll make a man miss, and then 2 or 3 other dogs will show up. They'll stop him shy of the 27-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and right at 5 upcoming, I believe, for Alabama following the 7-yard gain.
Much better for the offensive line right there. Alabama trying to throw the ball downfield. Had Jermaine Burton from the right side streaking down the numbers. Bryce able to climb in the pocket, and then like he's done so many times this year, his safety blanket is Gibbs out of the backfield, who gives us 3rd down and a chance from 5.
Jermaine Burton and Ja'Cory Brooks, the wideouts to the right side of the field. Bama's got 2 men wide left, including the tight end Cameron Latu, who is split all the way near the boundary for Alabama. The snap going to Young. Looking, dumps it off, and that pass is going to be incomplete. He was trying to feed it to Roydell Williams, who had checked in for the Crimson Tide, but it was beyond his reach, and Alabama, like Mississippi State, goes 3-and-out offensively.
Yeah, give it right back to him right there. Alabama, just a 4-man pressure from State, but covered it up downfield. Nowhere for Bryce to go, and then just quickly throws it out to Roydell Williams, who had no chance of catching it.
On to punt for Alabama, James Burnip, who's averaging 38 yards per punt. Flag on the play as Mississippi State will get away from this one and watch it hit shy of the 25 and then roll dead inside the 23-yard line. But let's see what we've got on the flag right here. It was 4th and right at 5. Procedure is going to be the penalty against Alabama. Nick Saban not very happy, obviously, with that. The first flag of the day goes on the Crimson Tide special teams unit.
Yeah, not good right there. Coach Saban not happy on the sideline, asking the referee, who is it? Who did it?
Formation, kicking team. More than 4 players in offense and backfield. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
So somebody did not get up to the line of scrimmage.
And this isn't good right here, Chris, when you have a penalty on any kind of coverage unit, because now our guys just ran 60 yards downfield. They're going to turn around and have to do it again. So they're tired. They're, smart for Mike Leach to make us kick it again, because now we got to run down and try to cover this guy who we just ran down the field, and he's sitting back there still fresh.
Also wipes off what was a 52-yard punt from Burnip as well and forces him to attempt that again. Roydell Williams coming on late to join the unit for the Crimson Tide. As they get the alignment set this time, and Burnham facing heavy pressure will get a high, beautiful spiraling kick underway. Fair catch called for and made back around the 27-yard line. So 5 yards gained by Mississippi State on that play after a 50-yard punt. A good one from Burnham. Timeout on the field. We've got 11:36 to go first quarter. No score. Alabama, Mississippi State here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Alabama can take home another Iron Bowl victory. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit Regents.com/GoBama. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The elephant, powerful, relentless, a beast with brains. When the earth starts to tremble and the distant rumble grows, get ready. The Crimson Tide is coming. This Alabama tradition is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Find great offers on Ford F-150 trucks at buyfordnow.com today. Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
11:36 left to go in the first quarter. No score between Alabama and Mississippi State. Tonight's game is presented by Chevron with Techron. Find a station near you on the Chevron app as we continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. And Alabama, JP going 3 and out offensively after the defense forced a 3 and out of Mississippi State. Neither side able to get much going at all on this first series.
No blood to start, but it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for Alabama with DJ Dale, Jaheim Otis, and Boyd be out. All the defensive line. Depth has been, I think, one of the biggest strengths we've had on defense at every position. I mean, we're playing 6 DBs regularly. We got plenty of linebackers, but now with 3 guys out on the defensive line, it's just something to keep an eye on today. And how much they're rotating and how our guys handle it throughout the night.
Again, Byron Young, Tim Smith along that defensive front. Jamil Burroughs got an opportunity last time, but it's really a 3-man front now with Smith, Young, and Will Anderson there. And it looks like they're also bringing up Dallas Turner as well on the edge for the Crimson Tide.
Dime package, so Toto is the only linebacker in the game for Bama.
Pistol formation, 3 wideouts make it 4 for Mississippi State as they will hand it off and they'll run it forward to the 30-yard line. A gain of 2.5, maybe 3 yards on the play. Jaquavius Marks getting the carry before Dallas Turner and DeMarco Helms came up to hit him.
Yeah, Mississippi State, not a lot of pace in their offense. Looks like they're running up to the line of scrimmage, going to try to snap this one quick.
3 wideouts right, 1 left again for Mississippi State with Marks alongside Rogers. They'll go with a quick pitch to him. He'll get to the edge, and he'll stretch forward near the first down mark. That's going to be very, very close. Marco Helms came up to try to prevent the first down, but I don't think he got there in time, or did he? Nope, he didn't. They're going to move the sticks. It'll be a first down, the first of the game for either side, as State will have it now at their own 38-yard line. Ducking Wally and Williams to the right side for State as they will hand it off again to Marks. Tried to cut back against the flow of the defense, but Henry Toto is there to make the stop for the Crimson Tide.
It's the 5th time you've seen it set handoff tonight.
I know.
And they've only run 6 plays, so unlike Mike Leach to come out and run the ball like he is tonight, but they are committed to keeping it on the ground so far here early in this contest.
Talk more about that in just a moment. 2nd down and 10 for the Bulldogs, again operating from their own 38. Rogers will go to the air this time, looking across the middle. He's got a man. Catch is made. That's going to be a first down. He found Tulu Griffin across the middle right there after looking left and right. The middle was wide open.
That was 92 mesh, Chris, right there. Receiver backside, sends it down in the zone. Will Rogers able to find him, and then yards after catch again.
Gain of 12 right to the midfield strike for Mississippi State. Rogers will have an empty set now. He'll look across the middle. Catch is made. A gain of about 3 on that play, as making the grab was Jaden Wally out of the Iberville, Mississippi, a junior at 6 feet 190. And a ton of these passes that we'll see tonight will be what many would consider dink and dunk type of throws.
Quick game right there from Will Rogers. It's just a quick slant. He's playing the slot receiver. Defensive back's playing off, so it's a one-step slant. Get him the ball. It's like a rush, 3 or 4 yards.
Damon Payne on that defensive front for Alabama right now, as the Dogs will run it, and they will pick up a couple and then get knocked backwards. Helms came up from the safety spot, joining Will Anderson and toe there to help make the hit for the Tide and force a third and about 4 for the Dogs. 0 for 1 on third downs thus far.
Keeping 4 wideouts in the game. Will Rogers walking the line of scrimmage, talking to his offensive line. Probably another quick game pass right here. They're not taking shots. They're not going down the field. They're just trying to pick up this first down.
Simeon Price in the backfield alongside Rogers. He is to his left, operating with 3 wideouts to the left side of the formation, 1 to the right. Play clock, still plenty of time. It's now down to 10 seconds. As they get the snap, they hand it off, and right up the gut, they will run it with Price, and he will pick up about 5 yards and move to 6 again for Mississippi State, and they are gashing Alabama in the run game.
They really are, and that's just a simple draw right there. Quarterback picks up the ball, acts like he's going to throw it, and then hands it off underneath to the running back, who hits the full head of steam right there to pick up the first down and move the chains. Tackle looked like it was from Byron Young, so he's in the game for Alabama on defensive front.
From the Alabama 38-yard line, they will operate. The Dogs will hand it off again, trying to find room, and not able to do so was Marks. He'll get stacked up and get to the line of scrimmage at best. Payne there on the stop, and we see the medical tent is up. Christian, what's going on there?
Yeah, so it was Jameer Gibbs that was in the tent, but they checked him out, and he is returning to the field soon.
That is good to hear. So on 2nd down and 9, they will say, as they did give him just beyond the line of scrimmage, bringing a man in motion. The Dogs are, as they want to throw. Flushed out of the pocket, they'll dump it off. Catch is made inside the 30, down to about the 24-yard line of Alabama. Austin Williams able to make the grab, and they'll give him 12 on that pickup, setting up just outside the Alabama red zone.
Yeah, super senior right here. Austin Williams has played in 57 games. 57 games. He's a possession receiver and doing right there, just picking up the first down.
Marks out, Price in the backfield. Williams and Griffin split wide left of the formation for Mississippi State. They've got 2 right for Will Rogers, operating from the pistol formation from the Alabama 22, they call it. Waiting on the snap, they get it. Pressure coming, throw is made, and that one is picked off. What a play by Alabama. An interception for the Crimson Tide. It was Kool-Aid McKinstry who came up with it, turning away the Dogs.
Rule on the field is an interception by the defense. First down, Alabama.
Phenomenal play right there.
Unbelievable right there. Full extension from Kool-Aid McKinstry. Another slant from Mississippi State. It's just thrown. The ball is thrown too far up the field. Christian right there. Kool-Aid lays out.
Rule on the field is an interception by the defense. The previous play is under further review.
Christian, what'd you see?
That's exactly right. So it looked like they were running almost like that Tennessee-style formation that they went to so many times last week. The difference was this time, Alabama decided to bring pressure, forced a quick throw, and Kool-Aid made a great play right there and came up with the interception.
For every Crimson Tide interception, Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $2,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. That's 4 picks for the Tide on the year at $8,000 for Children's of Alabama. Thanks so much to the Chick-fil-A locations throughout Alabama for their wonderful support of Children's of Alabama. We've got an official review taking place right now. And, of course, each official's review is brought to us by My Eye Doctor, 20 convenient locations, and you can find out more at myeyedr.com to learn more.
Watching the replay right here, Chris. Eli
hit his hand. It didn't hit the ground.
Yeah, I think it hit. I think
you do.
I think the nose of the ball went down and hit it. They got the perfect replay angle from it. Here comes it from the back end. Ball hits his left hand. He's trying to bring it to his chest.
But he hit his right hand. His right hand was on the ground.
Underneath it?
Yes.
It was underneath it?
I'm staying with that.
I'm going to take the other side then.
Y'all don't get a vote. I like mine. I like mine better. It allows us to keep the football.
I would love it because, hey, look.
But they are going to go and change this because they're going to go back to where the line of scrimmage was. I can see with a notepad out. That's a good eye on your part.
Where was the ball? The ball's on the 17, so this is something to keep an eye on all night because they're going to stay inside the red zone. They lead the nation right now in red zone touchdown percentage. So they're scoring 21 out of 22 trips to the red zone for them. It's been a touchdown. So
after review, the ruling is an incomplete pass. It'll be second down and 10 at the 22-yard line.
What did we bet? What was the bet? Did we ever officially say that?
The bet? No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
I ain't betting with your money.
I was going to do 10 push-ups.
My money against your money? You got to be. I'd rather take the money bet than that.
Well, this is a team that is leading the nation right now in the red zone, so we're down here. It's about giving up field goals, not touchdowns. If you get in the red zone, you don't want to be there, but defense has got to keep them out of the paint, keep them out of the end zone, and keep it at 3 points.
You tell those kids at Children's of Alabama we got to give that $2,000 back. Or $8,000 now.
I forgot it. I was reading my notes. I wasn't listening to the app.
I understand. It's not your fault.
Well, hey, we're going to have plenty of donations that hopefully we get 2 or 3 tonight to children.
I like the way you think, partner.
If not, Roger and me will donate it to him.
Roger goes, what do you mean we, Kemosabe? It'll be at the 22 of Alabama. Once play resumes, they did throw it to a television timeout during that official review. So we still got a few more seconds before they'll come back. But to set it up for you once again, it'll be 2nd and 10 for Mississippi State. From the Alabama 22-yard line, this drive started back around the 38, I believe, of Alabama. 37, 38-yard line is where it got started. So they've gone 10 plays, 50 yards already on this drive. Let's see if Alabama can find a way to get off the field. They thought they had, but the interception was overturned.
Second down 10 here, so.
Marks in the backfield alongside quarterback Will Rogers. Waiting on the snap, gets it now. Looking to throw, does so, fade towards the corner. That's going to be incomplete. A great job on the part of McKinstry to not even put a hand up, just basically shield the receiver from having a chance of getting to the football. And that receiver was Tulu Griffin.
Yeah, can't get any better for a wide or for a DB right there in perfect position. You can't do it any better. Will Rogers looked like he was trying to maybe throw the back shoulder fade route to the wide out, but Kool-Aid, I mean, there was nothing doing right there. Such good coverage from him, and good to see it early in this ball game.
3rd and 10 now for the Dogs. 1 of 2 on third down conversions thus far from the Bama 22. 4-man front for the Crimson Tide. Look like they're ready to go with quite the heated rush. Put pressure on Rogers if possible. 4 on the play clock, down to 3. At 2, they snap it. They run a draw. They'll run it right side. They'll pick up 5 yards, maybe 6, or even 7 as they get to the 15. But DeMarco Helms was there to make the stop and force, in all likelihood, Mississippi State to settle for a field goal, even though we haven't seen a kicker show up on the field just yet for the Dogs. Well, could be that Mike Leach is ready to roll the dice, and by golly, it looks as though he is.
Yeah.
Inside Bama territory, right at the 20-yard line. 4th down and a good 3 yards to go. Play clock down to 12 seconds. They've still got plenty of time to get the snap off, call a timeout, change their minds, whatever they opt to do. 4 on the play clock. 3, 2, 1. They get it snapped. They'll throw it quick. Slant, catch. No, it's dropped. Broke it up. DeMarco Helms, and Bama will take over on downs.
Love to see that right there. Quick slant, 2nd, maybe 3rd time of the game we've seen it. Safety's playing off the slot receiver, so they just want to throw it quick. Get it out of their hands, and Helms comes from depth, recognizes it, and breaks it up. The receiver has the ball, and it's Helms hit right at the perfect time. Ball on the helmet to the turf. Good play to Helms.
Timeout nice. On the field, 6:15 to go. Opening quarter of play, no score. Alabama and Mississippi State here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Bancorp South Bank and Cadence Bank have come together to form a new, even better bank. The new Cadence is more than a merger. Together, we offer more convenience, accessibility, and simplicity through an expanded branch network, secure technology, and enhanced products and services. It's the best of both banks from the same financial services experts you know and trust. Cadence Bank, helping opportunity take shape. Visit cadencebank.com/the new Cadence. Member FDIC.
This is Crimson and White Country. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Unused prescription opioid pain medicines can spell trouble. They can spell risk if taken by someone they weren't prescribed for, harm if accidentally taken by a child or pet, or overdose if they're not used as directed. Safely dispose of opioids before they can hurt your family. Find a drug take-back option such as medicine drop boxes. You may find these in your community at local pharmacies or police stations. Visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Are you thinking about buying medicine online? A search for online pharmacies yields more than 20 million results. But which ones can you trust? Medicines bought from unlicensed online pharmacies can be dangerous. You may get a fake drug, your condition may get worse, or you may experience a bad reaction. Don't put your health at risk. To learn how to find an online pharmacy that's safe and legal, visit fda.gov/BeSafeRx. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
No score between Alabama and Mississippi State with 6:15 left to go in the first quarter. A moment ago, the Crimson Tide stopping Mississippi State on 4th down in the red zone. And that's already the big-time stop of this ballgame. Brought to you by Truckworks, the official truck dealer of the Crimson Tide with 13 locations across the Southeast. Keep your business rolling.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. You know, John Parker Wilson, I absolutely love Jeff Allen, as you do as well. The head of sports medicine, leads the athletic training staff for Alabama football. But, Lord, when he grabs one of our players by the arm and talks to him, that's not always the most encouraging thing. And saw him doing that during a timeout with Jahmyr Gibbs and waiting to see once Alabama breaks the huddle if Gibbs is among those that come out for the Tide. It looks like he is in the middle there right now, so still very much an option, even though not surprised that we'll see Jace McClellan come out because he is a guy who normally on the second or third series gets those reps anyway.
Yeah, like to see him, second, third series, probably give him a couple more after this, depending on what Gibbs' injury. But that Jeff Allen grabbing you by the arm, hey, just talk to me. Just tell me what's going on. Yeah. Get away from me, Jeff. He's pretty persuasive, though.
Done that a time or two, have you?
It's happened.
Yeah.
Not good.
McClellan is deep in the backfield for the Tide with Bryce Young in front of him in the pistol formation. You've got two tight ends shifting to the right side. For Alabama, Latu on the edge. As Bryce will roll the pocket, he will look, he will swing it out. McClellan, beautiful wheel route there. He's got a first down and a little bit more across the 25 to about the 26. First down of the ball game for the Crimson Tide, and that first down is brought to you by ATIX. Let ATIX be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. ATIX is the ticket, and online at atix.com. 1st and 10, Alabama's. McClellan is in the backfield. They'll bring a man in motion right side. That's JoJo Earl. The handoff will go to McClellan left side. He will run over a man, getting to the 28-29-yard line. It wasn't a big gain, but it was a lot of fight from number 2 there, trying to pull his way forward for the extra couple of yards.
Good hard run right there. It hit the best player that Mississippi State has on defense. That was quarterback Emmanuel Forbes on the tackle, but sending a message early in this game. I like it.
J.B. Cohen is the big fella that he ran behind on that play. 2nd down, and we'll call it 7. Operating again from the 29 of the Tide. Getting the snap. Young with time now steps up in the pocket. Looks, throws deep. Got a man down there. Brooks has it at the 30. He'll be slung down at the 31-yard line, but it's another first down for the Crimson Tide. A bank first down after the 40-yard pickup.
Yeah, Brooks definitely emerging as the #1 receiver for Alabama. He's going down the middle of the field, straight drop back from Bryce Young. He's going towards the left hash, but Bryce has to escape to the right. Brooks is able to recognize and move his route to the right also.
Swing it out quickly to JoJo Earl. Try to set up a screen. Could not break a tackle. It would have sprung him down the sideline. He got to the 30, a gain of a yard to Cameron Richardson there to make the grab for Mississippi State.
Going back to that play, though, the way Brooks was able to break his route off and see it, but Bryce throws the ball just high enough where Brooks can run underneath it. He knows it's not going to be a touchdown just because it was a broken route, but a really good throw and catch.
Young operating from an empty set right now with 2 wideouts right, 3 to the left, including the tight end of the slot, Cameron Latu. Young looking, dancing around to the pocket, rolls now left side, stopping, throwing, unloading it downfield, and that is going to be incomplete. He was just trying to dump that one off as he had run out of time. Latu was in the area, but there was really no intended target for that one except to get us to second down.
Thank goodness, because from my angle, I couldn't tell it was going out of bounds. And if he was thrown in bounds, it was going to be a high likelihood of interception. So Bryce saw it, just dunks it out, moves on to, 3rd and 9 here coming up.
Yeah, said it incorrectly. It is indeed 3rd down, and right at 10 they're going to call it. As they'll bring Brooks, check that, Burton in motion to the left side, joining Earl and Brooks to the left side of the formation. McClellan in the backfield with Young, who is waiting. 4-3 on the play clock. Gets the snap at 2. Plenty of time. Looking all day. Could read a book. Bounces around now as pressure tries to catch up. Still buying time. Directing traffic. Lines up, throws. Wide open Earl. Touchdown, Alabama. What a play, Bryce Young. JoJo Earl back of the end zone. 30 yards plus on the score, and Alabama gets on the board first.
Pretty good right there, Chris. From first for the offensive line all day long for him to sit back and throw the ball. He moves the pocket to the right, looking downfield as everybody's covered. He's pointing downfield to directs traffic. Makes a pretty good move to beat a blitz, and then sees Earl in the back of the end zone and throws a dime about 35, 40 yards in stride to JoJo Earl, who broke his route off twice to get open for that touchdown.
Burn up the hold for Will Reichert on the snap from Nealon Hibbett. The kick is up. It is perfect, and Alabama grabs a 7-0 lead. Nice job with 3:57 to go in the opening quarter of play. Bama starting the scoring in this one, grabbing the 7-0 lead in this one. The scoring drive, 6 plays, 85 yards, only took 2 minutes and 18 seconds off the clock. And that scoring drive recap brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. JP, nice to see Alabama move it and then score it at the end of the drive.
And score it first. And this was, open the game with 2 3-and-outs from both teams. And then Mississippi State goes 13 plays, 57 yards, but turned it over on downs. Staying in strong with DeMarco Hellum knocked the balls out. But then 6 plays, 85 yards for Alabama. Nice explosive play downfield to Brooks. Run the ball well, but man, the vision from Bryce continues to show out and just be able to find guys and move in the pocket and let guys get open like an artist back there in the pocket.
Reichert to kick it off. An end-under-end kick that's going to be fielded around the 9-yard line by Griffin. Runs it right side of the seam, breaks a tackle 30, gets to the 35, and Reichert is among those that help get him to the turf on the play, and it'll be good starting field position for Mississippi State, although not their best starting field position of the day. So the Dogs gambled on their best drive early. Went for it on 4th and 3 inside the Bama 20. Had it knocked away on 4th down. Bama answers, going 85 yards for the 7-0 lead. Here's Byron Young along with Damon Payne along the front. Also Will Anderson there for the Crimson Tide. That 3-3-5 look that Coach Saban told us we could easily see in this one. Rushing from the edge, Jalen Moody. Good to see 42 back out there for Alabama. As they'll throw, ball is batted, and it is incomplete. Boy, great job by Alabama closing in. The pressure, though, is what set that up. Christian Miller, that has got to be huge for the secondary to be able to react as quickly as they could.
That is exactly right, Chris. As you just saw with Bryce Young, he didn't have any pressure, so he sat back there, had all day long, and found a receiver for a touchdown. Right there, we're getting good pressure, and it's making the job a lot easier for our defensive backs.
Second down and 10 for State from their own 35-yard line. 2 wideouts left. Quick pitch going to the left side, trying to get to the edge. And a man gets leveled right at the 40-yard line. Jordan Battle making the stop. I believe that was once again Marks who had the carry for the Dogs, and he got rattled pretty well, and he's going to have to come off the field and be replaced by Simeon Price. I'm not sure Jaquavius Marks knows where he is at the moment. 3rd down and 4 upcoming for Mississippi State. Bama with a 4-man front right now. Rogers will hand it off. They'll run right side. They'll get the first down. They'll get more, and they'll get into Bama territory at the 47-yard line. That is Simeon Price, who's been a good one, the second-year freshman out of Pensacola, Florida.
Coming in, that's 11 rushes now for Mississippi State. A team last week, they only rushed the ball 8 times, so they've definitely changed up their game plan here tonight.
From the Bama 47, they'll throw, they'll complete the pass, and they'll gain 6, maybe 7 yards on the play near the Alabama 40-yard line, as I believe Rufus Harvey makes the catch, the sophomore from right there in Starkville, able to make the grab and pick up 7 on first down.
And that's going to happen against Mississippi State, this Mike Leach offense, but you've got to make tackles, and Helms did that. Open field, bring it to the turf.
Bring the man in motion to the near side of the field. They'll go with a little shuffle pass ahead, and Alabama reads it well. Will Anderson, a great play, holding Simeon Price to a gain of only about a half yard.
And Will Anderson rushing the pass rusher right there. There's a quick shovel pass. Will Rogers flips it with his left hand, and man, Will getting off that block and keeping him short of the first down. 3rd 2 coming up for Alabama, and that was a hustle play right there from Will Anderson.
State 2 for 4 on 3rd downs thus far. This is 3rd and a couple with 2 minutes and under 2 minutes now officially left in this opening quarter. Bama up 7-0. State with the football, driving in Alabama territory at the Crimson Tide 38. Rogers waiting on the snap, gets it, hands it off right up the middle, nowhere to go. Big hit on Simeon Price. That'll set up 4th down as the Bama defense turns away the Dogs, or at least momentarily. Dallas Turner and Damon Payne there for the hit, but State hadn't brought the punter on just yet.
No, not at all, and that was Toa right there, but Dallas Turner, the defensive end position, folds down on the offensive line, freeing Toa to scrape off his backside and make the tackle right there, forcing what is now the 2nd 4th down try of the game for Mississippi State.
Failed last time after a pass was broken up nicely by Helms inside the 15-yard line of Alabama. Price in the backfield, along with the quarterback Rogers, waiting on the snap, gets it, they'll run the option left side, he'll keep it, he'll get the first down by about a yard. That was a very nice play call there.
Yeah, very nice to get it off too. There was offensive lineman not even set, but Will Rogers saw that the shot clock was running out, quickly snapped the ball, and then saw an opening and kept it, put his head down. Tough quarterback right here, we saw him last week. Get up, point the first down, and move it on. But that was a big conversion right there for State to keep this drive going.
So they get to the 36 of Alabama. Scooby Ford in the game, one of the wideouts for Mississippi State. Jameer Calvin also the left side of the formation. Rogers walking up, directing traffic. Still 10 on the play clock. Will get the snap. Pressure coming. They swing it out left side. Little bubble screen set up. They got good yardage. 8-9 yards maybe before the stop was made on Ra Thomas for Mississippi State. A gain of 9 before he was wrapped up.
Perfect play call from the Leeds right there. Blitzing from the boundary from Alabama. So coming from Alabama's right side, Will Rogers' left side, and it's a tunnel screen. So as the pressure is coming to you, that's where you want to throw the screen, and they just timed it up perfect.
Last play of the first quarter, 7-0 Bama through the first 15 minutes of action here in Tuscaloosa, but Mississippi State driving when we come back to Bryant-Denny Stadium right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Alabama, Coach Saban talks about the process. It's about doing everything the right way all the time to be successful. While at Dex Imaging, we believe in the process as well. Do the job right and take care of your customers to help them be more successful. With locations throughout the Southeast, including Mobile, Birmingham, and Tuscaloosa, put the process to work for your business. Contact the professionals at Dex Imaging. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of the Crimson Tide.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
And our score is brought to you live tonight by the folks at Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you here in studio. They say that Death Valley is where dreams go to die, and that's basically kind of what happened today to Ole Miss. They got their dreams basically died, 45-20. LSU with a huge win. Jalen Daniels, 5 touchdowns in the game. Tennessee over UT Martin, 65-24, and right now Carolina leading A&M 7-0. Early first quarter. Let's send you back right now to Bryant, Denny, and Roger.
Thank you, Brian. The first quarter recap is presented by Auto Owners Insurance. Proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit RollTide.com/auto-owners to partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. Crimson Tide with a 7-0 lead against Mississippi State. Mississippi State with 104 yards of total offense so far compared to Alabama's 90. Tonight's game is presented by Chevron with Techron. Find a station near you on the Chevron app as we continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth.
Raj Hoover, thank you so very much. John Parker Wilson, gentlemen, one of the great players in Alabama football history and a heck of a coach as well. Sylvester Croom being acknowledged because in just a couple of days he will be inducted into the National Football Foundation Hall of Fame. The campus salute takes place today, and so excited for Coach Croom to go into the College Football Hall of Fame. A very deserving individual, player and coach.
Player and coach, indeed. He beat us twice when he was the head coach at Mississippi State. I had the pleasure of playing with him when I was at the Jaguars. He was the running backs coach. Couldn't ask for a better guy. Been in football so long and done so many things as a player and a coach, and just done it the right way throughout his entire career. Honored to have him a part of Alabama and being inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame.
Tuscaloosa native himself and former head coach of the Bulldogs, longtime assistant and player, of course, for the Crimson Tide. Second down and a long yard for Mississippi State, operating inside the Alabama 30-yard line. Will Rogers, the quarterback, a long count, gets the snap finally. Time to throw, does so left side, back shoulder throw, complete. Inside the 15, no. They say incomplete, intended for Ra Thomas, and he must have stepped out of bounds as he made the grab because he had some room over there.
Yeah, he did his back shoulder throw down the left side. Kool-Aid was beat, but his right foot is on the line as he makes the catch. So a real break from Alabama right there as Kool-Aid McKinstry got put in spin cycle, turned around, didn't know where the ball was at.
Won't be shocked if they review this one, but I do think his foot was on the line, which would make him out of bounds. So third and a yard, for Mississippi State from the Alabama 28-yard line. Rogers, play clock at 2, at 1. Did they get the snap off? They did. They'll throw a slant. It's broken up. McKinstry, a great job reaching in on Thomas, knocking it away. It'll be 4th and a long yard for Mississippi State. They haven't advanced it on the last 2 plays. Let's see what they can get right here. They are apparently going to go for it.
Yeah, Mike Leach going to roll the dice again on 4th down.
Marks back in the ball game as a running back for Mississippi State.
Came out earlier with a bloody nose. I don't know if you saw that, but he had a towel on his face, so must have got that fixed. Back in the game here. Would not surprise me at all to see them run the ball. A team that historically would pass in this situation, but done pretty well on the night running the ball.
See what they do right here with Rogers, with Marks in the backfield. Waiting on the snap, gets it. Will hand it off. He will get the first down. Marks inside the Alabama 25-yard line to the 24. It'll be a fresh set of downs for State from right there.
Marks is getting downhill and he's running fast. He's running with a purpose right there. Dallas Turner able to stop him after he crosses the first down dash. But Christian, you come into the game expecting pass every down. 11 throws right now from Will Rogers, 13 attempts on the ground from this running game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But hey, you gotta be prepared for anything. And these guys are smart. They know that we were expecting pass, and now they're running the ball a lot, and we just need to do a good job hunkering down and stopping the run.
Marks out because I think the bloodied nose has been bloodied once again. They'll look to throw here towards the end zone. Ricks in coverage as the pass is incomplete, trying to connect with Justin Robinson down the right sideline. A good job in coverage by Ricks, and we wondered how he would do getting this opportunity in starting role, and he has fared well so far.
Second time of the night, Eli Ricks has a chance in coverage. Second incompletion from him. It was a pass. It was a go route down the field, and what he did, he forced his receiver to the sideline. Nowhere for Will Rogers to go with the ball. It goes out of bounds, and that was all because of coverage from Ricks.
So on second down, they will hand it off and not get much at all. Once again, Simeon Price on the carry. But Alabama able to stack that up nicely and create a loss on the play. It'll be 3rd and 11. First real 3rd and long we've seen for Mississippi State.
Yeah, much better for
Since the first drive.
Since the first drive, that's right. The second drive, they went 13 plays and really had third and pretty short most of the time right here. Alabama is where you want them. 3rd and long, so you pin your ears back, rush the passer, keep them under the sticks, force a field goal attempt.
Operating from the pistol on 3rd and 11. They'll bring a man to the right side of the formation, looking to throw. Rogers, right side. It is knocked away. Brian Branch, a great job of getting a hand up at the last moment to knock that one away. They try to connect with Williams on the far boundary, but a great read by Alabama defensively to knock it away and set up 4th and long.
Step for step right there. Brian Branch on the deep out route, going down the right sideline. Full extension to get up and knock that ball out of bounds, incomplete. Forcing the field goal attempt in this secondary. Struggled last week, but man, they're answering the call here tonight.
Massimo Biscardi on to try the field goal from what would be 44 yards if he could not get through. The hold-up coming from Trafford. Snap a little high. The spot is good. The kick is up with plenty of leg, and it hits the left upright, and it is no good. And Alabama turns away Mississippi State with 13:21 remaining here in the second quarter. Alabama 7, Mississippi State zip right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Power for a better Alabama.
Hibbett and City Gear have the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and Adidas, including the latest releases of retro Jordans, KD, Kyrie, LeBron, and more, plus Jordan, Nike, and Adidas apparel to match from toe to head. Bama fans, Hibbett and City Gear are your sources for the latest in Crimson Tide officially licensed gear. Get game day ready with Hibbett and City Gear. Hibbett and City Gear also rewards you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Hibbett and City Gear are proud supporters of Alabama football. Roll Tide, roll.
It's football season. Time to take your tailgate tradition to the next level with the Ford F-150 truck. Power up with an available ProPower onboard generator. And with an available 3.5-liter EcoBoost engine, you can tow just about anything you need to rule the stadium lot. For great offers on F-150, visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Auto models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
13:21 left to go in the second quarter. Alabama with a 7-0 lead against Mississippi State. Tonight's radio affiliate of the game is Magic 93.1 FM in Dothan, the People's Station. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. A big thank you to Magic 93.1 FM, the People's Station in Dothan, for carrying Alabama football this season.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. He is our broadcast host. I'm Chris Stewart. John Parker Wilson, our color analyst. Christian Miller roaming the sidelines as our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Tom Stipe, our producer engineer. Butch Owens, the spotter here in the booth. Ethan Carabin providing the Facebook Live pictures. We appreciate those of you that are tuned in watching that. And, of course, Jerry Kelly runs the show back at our CTSN studios. The boss is Jim Carabin, the Vice President, General Manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. JP, Alabama trying to get something else going on offense to build on this 7-0 lead.
Let's keep it going. Great drive. Alabama on the second drive for the touchdown pass to JoJo Earl. The first drive had a 3-and-out punt, so right now got some momentum going. Got Jahmyr Gibbs back in the backfield, put some points on the board, and then this is a Mississippi team that doesn't get down the field too quick. So the bigger lead we get, the harder it's going to be for State to come back just because they're not built for it.
Roydell Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield for Alabama. On either side of Bryce Young, he'll get the snap. He'll fake the handoff. He'll sling it out to Williams, who will fight forward to the 30-yard line. That'll be a gain of about 3 on the play before DeCamerion Richardson, the corner, makes the stop for the Bulldogs.
Quick little out route to the running back after the fake give, going to the left, and Bryce Young right there dropping down a little sidearm action to find a little throwing angle as the defender's jumping up, throws it underneath his arm for the completion.
Williams checking out, so a single setback is Gibbs alongside Young. JoJo Earl in the game. He's one of 3 to the right side. Now, as I say that, he goes in motion to the left side of the formation. Young getting the snap. Looking, steps up, throws, has a man catch Brooks. 40, 45, 47-yard line before he's brought down. That'll be a bank first down for the Crimson Tide after a 17-yard gain.
Second grab of the night from Brooks right there. Looked like it was a deep comeback to the right, deep curl route. Bryce is looking on the left side of the field, looking for the deep out, and then it was Brooks on the backside on the curl. Nice yards after catch.
46-yard line, the line of scrimmage for Alabama. Young with time, looking, rolling to his left, trying to buy some more time. Looking, throwing away the football at the feet of a linebacker. There's going to be a hold, maybe whistle on Alabama, and intentional grounding. What do you see in JP?
To me, it was a hold in the secondary without a question. Looked like I think it was JoJo Earl trying to run a comeback or out route and just got literally pulled to the ground. I didn't see the flag if it was intentional grounding on Bryce, but definitely hold on the defense.
He threw it at the feet of a Mississippi State linebacker. He was the only human in that area of the field. But we'll wait on the official's word coming up
for
from
2
Scott
fouls
Walker.
on the play. Holding. Defense, number 13. That penalty is declined. Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense, number 6. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
I love it. Well, let me say this. I'm not at all unaccustomed to being wrong, but I love it when it works out in my team's favor. I missed on both of those.
Yeah, well, that was it.
There was a little push.
Tag maybe. Little push on the rough of the passer. Bryce does go to the ground, but we'll take it. Alabama moves the chains, gets another first down now inside Mississippi State territory.
1st and 15 as Earl goes in motion. The handoff will go to Gibbs. Cuts it back sharply. Gets to the 35. It is going to be brought down at the 32-yard line of Mississippi State. A really nice first down game, but a flag is down back near the Alabama sideline.
That's probably going to be on us. Illegal formation or something. Don't want to see it because that was a good first down run from Gibbs picking it up.
Offside. Defense, number 15. In the neutral zone with the snap. 5-yard penalty. First down.
They're already unhappy on the Mississippi State sideline. That second flag covering now 20 yards in penalties ain't going to help the cause.
Game clock operator, please place 12 minutes and 2 seconds on the game clock. 12 minutes and 2 seconds.
So 11:52 remaining. Here in quarter number 2, Alabama up 7-0, looking for more on Mississippi State.
Game clock operator, please place 12 minutes and 2 seconds on the game clock.
Currently at 11:52 on the game clock, and they're trying to get the reset hit.
Is that next door to us over here, the scrambling?
I'm not going to point it out.
Game clock operator, please place 12 minutes and 2 seconds on the game clock.
While they try to figure it out, we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Still trying to get it figured out. We did better. We got it to 12:06. Somebody wake the hamster up, get him back on the wheel.
How long are we going to sit and wait for this clock? There we go. We're back.
Got it. Not the loudest applause of the night, but it's in the top 10.
Hey.
We got him engaged. That's a good thing. Gibbs in the backfield as Alabama operates from the Mississippi State 34. 1st and 5 after the step-off against the Dogs. Looking, Young throwing left side, has a man, catch made, and a big hit delivered, and there's a targeting call laid out as Isaiah Bond is going to get up, but the bells are ringing, and it's not cowbells. It's him getting hit on a vicious lick, or so it appeared initially, by Jackie Matthews, the safety, and I'll be shocked if he hasn't taken his last snap in this ballgame.
Personal foul, targeting, defense.
Oh my God. That is exactly why that penalty was put in.
The previous play is under further review.
And we are so glad that Isaiah Bond was able to get up, but they're going to be checking him closely because he got leveled. It was helmet and shoulder right at the head, and that was ugly looking. I will give the slightest bit of defense to Matthews right there. Bond did begin to slip slightly, which somewhat affects the angle, but Matthews still came in at an angle that was going to lend itself to that call being made regardless.
Yeah, that's why the rules were written right there to get that taken care of, but did like it. Isaiah Bond hopped up quickly, looked at Bryce, gave him a little thumbs up. Good to throw, Bryce. I'm okay. Let's keep going. I think this is going to be a pretty quick review, though.
And the official review is brought to us by My Eye Doctor. Again, myeyedoctor.com is where you can learn more and find out where all of those 20 convenient locations are available to fit your busy schedule. Shouldn't take too long, I wouldn't think. Maybe so. I will say, there was more shoulder involved, or closer to being involved, than I thought as the play carried on. I'll tell you something else they're looking at.
Was it a
if
catch?
They say it's not targeting, or excuse me, regardless of whether it's targeting, is it a catch? Because the ball did come out, but did it come out after his leg had touched the ground? We may have targeting remains, but it's an incomplete pass.
Definitely a possibility.
After review, the ruling on the field of targeting is confirmed. Number 8 is disqualified.
They didn't say anything about an incomplete pass, and I'm okay with that. I won't tell them if you won't.
But we got away with it, Jackie Matthews.
Well, let's see. Did they call it a catch on the field? You know what? That's a great point from Tom Stipe, our producer-engineer. That's exactly right. It was never a catch. It was never ruled a catch. But we couldn't tell that on the far side, that the ball was called incomplete, because we were worried to see if his head was still attached to the rest of his body. But it is going to be 1st and 10 from the Alabama 19-yard line. Young operating again from the pistol. Will hand it off left side to Gibbs. He'll run right side. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs. 19 yards, and the Crimson Tide has a 13-0 lead.
Good run from Gibbs right there. Sent it back, hitting the right side, but man, it was a huge hole right there to run behind. Offensive line, Darian Dalcourt leading the way. Emil Ekiyor, that was as good as job you could do up front. Mississippi State trying to time the snap. They were walking around in the defensive line, got to the line of scrimmage right as the ball was snapped. Too little, too late, and Alabama seals it off for the touchdown.
Waiting on the extra point attempt from Will Reichard. We'll tell you, Darian Dalcourt played a huge role in that touchdown run as Will's kick is up. It is good, and time to make the donuts. Bama fans, the Crimson Tide scored that rushing touchdown, so you score a free donut with a purchase of a beverage from Dunkin'. Run by your local Alabama Dunkin' tomorrow and redeem this offer using your Alabama Crimson Tide app or visit rolltide.com/Dunkin'. Score more with Dunkin' and Bama touchdowns all season long. 14-0, Bama leading at 11:38 to go first half right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm your game day face paint, and you just rubbed me right into your eye. Now your vision is super irritated. So is that driver you just hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, these damages will rob you blind. So switch to Allstate, save $744, and get protected from mayhem like me.
Average auto savings of new customers surveyed in 2021 who reported auto savings when switching to Allstate. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac is a local family-owned dealership in Tuscaloosa. Barkley has an award-winning service department, a state-of-the-art body shop, and a beautiful showroom waiting to welcome you. And BarkleyGMC.com opens our online showroom to you. Do what thousands of satisfied customers have already done. Get your new car, truck, or SUV from Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, keeping Crimson Tide fans on the road for over 42 years.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. With honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be shared with friends or family. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
11:38 left to go before halftime. It's the Crimson Tide with a 14-0 lead over Mississippi State. Bama just scored from the Chick-fil-A Red Zone. Download the Chick-fil-A app to claim your free Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich by midnight tonight. The offer is redeemable at participating Alabama Chick-fil-A locations next week, Monday through Friday. Another successful Bromberg scoring drive for the Alabama Crimson Tide offense, capped off by Jahmyr Gibbs.
Thank you, Roger. John Parker Wilson, when Jahmyr Gibbs hits that ignition switch, it is fun to watch.
He's got a burst, doesn't he?
He does.
I mean, he really does. This guy, he's really the complete running back. He's physical. He's got superior vision. He can catch it in that backfield. Knows how to get open in the passing game. Seems like Bryce Young always is able to find him. He can do it all. Continues to add to his stats that he's had all season long. So far, that'll be 6 on the ground, 3 receiving touchdowns. Good to see him back in the game.
Good to see Joe Namath in the booth here at Bryant-Denny Stadium as well. Joe Willie, as we call him here. Yeah, it was Broadway Joe once he went back to New York. But Joe Willie, one of many Alabama legends. He's in the house tonight. His kickoff's fielded at 5. Tulu Griffin getting across the 15 and spun forward near the 20-yard line, as the Crimson Tide will see State take over 1st and 10 for their own 20. And we check in with Christian Miller, our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter. Hey, what's the status of Isaiah Bond?
Yeah, Chris, so Isaiah Bond was checked out at the 10 after taking that big shot, but he has been cleared to return.
That is very good news. Thank you, Christian. And again, all of our sideline reports brought to us by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Jamarian Latham, Damon Payne, Will Anderson. That 3-man front right now for Alabama. Dallas Turner walking up to make it a 4-man look defensively. They'll throw the slant. The catch is made. A gain of 4 on 1st down for Mississippi State. A nice grab in traffic from Jaden Wiley.
Another quick game throw from State. 1-step drop from the quarterback, and it's just a simple 5-yard hitch route. Right on time. Was that Malachi Moore on the tackle? Just timed it up good. Take the tackle. That's what you got to do to get these guys. Get them the turf. Keep them behind the chains as much as you can.
Price, the single set back to the left side of Will Rogers, the quarterback. He will go on the quick pitch left side, stopping, cutting it back, fighting forward, and getting near the first down mark for State is Simeon Price, the second-year freshman out of Pensacola. Dallas Turner, the man that gets credit for the stop, as they will spot him where? A half-yard shy of first down. It'll be 3rd and a foot for Mississippi State here. Can Bama turn him away once more?
We keep our dime package in the game. Toto's the only linebacker.
State 2 of 7 on 3rd downs thus far. Again, they don't need more than a foot to get to that 30-yard line and move the chains. They're going to walk the quarterback, Rogers, up, and now he will go back to the pistol formation with Price to his left. Rogers getting the snap, looking. He wants to throw. He does, and it is going to be broken up. It's incomplete. Incomplete. Eli Ricks again there to get a hand in on Caleb Ducking, the intended receiver for Mississippi State. They only needed a foot on 3rd down. They opted to throw. Now it's 4th and a foot. Looks like they're going to go for it again. They're 2 of 3 on 4th down conversion attempts thus far. Can Bama D step up big once again? Again with one man to his left. I believe that's Marks in the backfield now. Rogers directing traffic. Still 10 on the play clock.
We showed blitz with his one single safety in the middle of the field. Everybody else rushing the ball.
Down to 3 on the clock. 2 on the play clock. 1. They get the snap off. They throw, and it is batted away and incomplete. And Bama takes over on downs. Jordan Battle forced the pressure. The intended receiver was Wally, and Alabama will take over at the Mississippi State 29.
Wow, great field position for Alabama. I think it was actually Brian Branch on the tip. He was on the blitz coming off the left side, jumps up, and is able to get his hand on the ball, forcing the incomplete. Battle, perfect coverage. But a play right there, Brian Branch jumping up, timing it perfect to get the ball deflected just enough so State couldn't get it. Now Alabama at State's 30-yard line, already knocking on the door.
Good Lord, there's rolling the dice, and then there's that. In motion will be Kobe Prentice to the left side of the formation. Pressure coming, Young looking. He's got a man. Catch made, Holden inside the 15 and down to the Mississippi State 13-yard line. That's inside the Chick-fil-A red zone after a 17-yard gain.
Easy does it right there. Jermaine Burton on the post route coming from the left side, and then Holden from the right side, a drag all the way across the field. Perfect in stride throw for Bryce.
Roydell Williams in the backfield behind Bryce Young. He'll hand it off to him. He'll break one tackle. He'll fight forward and get to the 11-yard line. Strong running by Roydell there to avoid a loss on the play.
Yeah, defensive end Jordan Davis is in the backfield. I mean, that should have been tackled for loss, but somehow Roydell, powerful runner, able to spin off that, get back to the line of scrimmage.
Williams in the backfield to the left side of Young. 3 wideouts to the right side of the formation with 1 to the left, and that is Holden. Young directing traffic, plenty of time on the play clock, gets the snap, looking, dumps it off, Williams underneath, 10, spins to the 7, gets hit again, that took a 4th dog to get him down, but Alabama will have it. 3rd down and about 4 upcoming inside the Mississippi State 10-yard line.
Bryce looking on the left side for Holden on the out route. That was going to be in the end zone, but State they were soft. They dropped, so you hit your check down to the running back underneath. Now you get yourself a chance at 3rd and 4.
Got to get to the 2, line of scrimmage around the 6. 3 wide out, stacked to the right side. Bryce clapped his hands. Bama will wait. Play clock now down to 10. They'll get set. Lyman directing traffic. Young waiting on the snap. Gets it. Looking. Time to throw. Now scrambles to his right. Looking. Throw and catch made. Touchdown. Alabama. Trayshawn Holden. 6 yards. 8:19 to go in the half. And Bama now leading it 20-0.
Well, Bryce, once again, the play breaks down. Full out blitz from Mississippi State. Offensive line is able to seal it up and give them plenty of time. So it's a broken play. Bryce scrambles to the right once again, like he did on the first touchdown pass to JoJo Earl. Keeps his eye downfield. Trayshawn Holden sees it, breaks his route off, comes back to the right side. Easy throw, easy catch, 6 points, Alabama.
Reichard's extra point attempt up and good once again. Alabama, a 21-0 lead. 8:19 to go in the first half. Right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Timeout. When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch Salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
8:19 left to go in the second quarter in Tuscaloosa. It's the Alabama Crimson Tide with a 21-0 lead against Mississippi State. Across the conference is presented by T-Mobile, bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC and a proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Well, now every team in the SEC West has at least one loss in conference play. Earlier today, it was LSU handing Ole Miss its first loss of the season, 45-20, the final score from Tiger Stadium. So again, every team in the SEC West has at least one loss now on the season, and that's across the conference. It's presented by T-Mobile.
Roger, thanks so much. John Parker Wilson, if you're Alabama, this is the time that frankly has been a little dangerous for you in weeks when you have taken a lead because taking the foot off the gas, the other team has decided to get some things going. Alabama's been very fortunate, frankly. They've made a lot of their own plays, but some of the decision-making by Mississippi State's coaching staff has helped allow Alabama to have those chances.
Yeah, like you're only down by 14 and you're going for it on fourth down at your own 30-yard line. I mean, giving Alabama great field position, then Bryce 4 plays for the touchdown. Yeah, kind of helping us out right there, but you know, you got to understand what Mike Leach is thinking, too. This is a good team, a very extremely high-powered offense that did put up 49 points last week, albeit in a loss. But they know that this team isn't built to sustain and go, or they're built to sustain drives, not to come back from the lead. So trying to keep Alabama off the field, but we make them pay. Defense, though, is playing really, really good tonight. Love their enthusiasm, love their energy, even with 3 guys out on the defensive line.
Riker to kick off once again for Alabama. He will angle it to the near side of the field where a fair catch is called for and made by the Bulldogs, and making that fair catch grab with Simeon Price. So State will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line, and love to see more of the same from the Alabama defense. They have been very, very good on the last 2 drives, especially on 3rd and 4th downs, as Jamil Burrows, Tim Smith, and Will Anderson comprise the 3-man front. Dallas Turner walks up to give them a 4th down lineman, if you will. Now he backs up into coverage as Marks is the running back alongside Rogers in that State backfield. Getting the snap, Rogers with time to throw. He'll throw the back shoulder fade. Catch is made across the 40 and then broken up. Justin Robinson was the intended receiver, and a great job across the way. Was that Eli Ricks again?
That was 4 attempts, or 4 targets for Ricks. That's 4 incompletions on the night for him. Back shoulder throw again from Will Rogers. And Ricks is just in perfect coverage where he can come back and retreat and give himself enough time to knock the ball down.
But Owens just reminding me, he's 6'4". He's a good-sized target over there, but even with that size, you had great coverage by Ricks, and now a flag comes in, and that's going to be on Mississippi State.
second down.
Procedure penalty as Jameer Calvin was caught moving right there. Fourth penalty, 40 yards now on Mississippi State, and that's the kind of flag that will drive a coach nuts.
We know what it feels like, don't we?
I've heard.
Onward and upward. Let's go.
Second down and 15 now for State from their own 20. Rogers throwing a slant, catch is made, and the hit is delivered, bringing down Ra Thomas right around the 28 of the Dogs. DeMarco Helms making the hit, but after a gain of about 7 on the play, it'll be third down and 7 upcoming. They are 2 of 8. The Dogs are on third downs thus far.
That was another slant from State. Kool-Aid McKinstry was lined up in a press coverage, and right before the ball snapped, he's getting softer, so it was just a one-step slant. Kool-Aid's too far off the ball to be able to defend it.
Third down play, Rogers with pressure coming, Anderson chasing, throws, and almost intercepted. Will Anderson was given chase. He had to throw it in a hurry. Ra Thomas, the intended receiver. Frankly, the closest man to it was Kool-Aid McKinstry, and had it not been a short throw, that's going to be a pick for the Crimson Tide.
Oh, Kool-Aid's eyes are getting big right there because Will Anderson is pulling Rogers to the ground, and as he's going to the ground, so does the ball. McKinstry's right there in position, but it was Dallas Turner on the outside rush and then Will Anderson on the inside. So you get those two guys on the same side of the line of scrimmage, pretty tough to defend.
Kool-Aid waiting on the punt. Coming from George Poulos. First one covered 43 yards. Check that. It's Archer Trafford who's going to punt now, and that is a beautiful high spiraling kick. Fair catch called for. And it will hit and bounce and be touched by Mississippi State around the Alabama 12-yard line. I'm glad Kool-Aid got the heck away from that one. That was trouble written all over it. Timeout on the field. 7:19 to play here in quarter number 2. It's Alabama 21, Mississippi State nothing. Bryant-Denny Stadium on a beautiful night here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hibbett and City Gear have the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and Adidas, including the latest releases of retro Jordans, KD, Kyrie, LeBron, and more, plus Jordan, Nike, and Adidas apparel to match from toe to head. Bama fans, Hibbett and City Gear are your sources for the latest in Crimson Tide officially licensed gear. Get game day ready with Hibbett and City Gear. Hibbett and City Gear also rewards you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Hibbett and City Gear are proud supporters of Alabama football. Roll Tide, roll.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety. Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
7:19 left to go in the second quarter in Tuscaloosa. It's a score of Alabama 21 and Mississippi State nothing. If you have recently tested positive for COVID-19 or had COVID symptoms, you might be eligible for a monoclonal antibody treatment that could keep you out of the hospital. Visit crushcovid.com to learn more. Get tested, get treated, and crush COVID.
Roger, thank you so much. I'm Parker Wilson, our buddy and spotter Butch Owens reminded me during the timeout, not only was that a 60-yard punt, but also Bama right here with a chance to put points on the board in this second quarter, adding to a 21-0 lead. 7:19 on the game clock in the quarter. But they get the ball first to begin quarter number 3. A golden opportunity to make it a 4-score game and perhaps not even have to worry a whole lot clock-wise depending on how much you bleed during that time.
Yeah, State won the toss and elected to receive the ball as opposed to defer where they get the ball to start the third quarter. So 7:19 left to go. A little backed up. We'll be at our own 12-yard line. But, yeah, plenty of time for Alabama. 3 timeouts left. You know, you want to get a good drive right here, sustain it, and put some points on the board. We'll take a big play. We'll take a quick drive.
No question.
But points on the board up 21-0 right now for Alabama, and the ball in the third quarter to start is huge.
So operating from their own 12, Young going as usual from the pistol with a single setback. Behind him, Jahmyr Gibbs. They'll bring Brooks in motion to the right side. He's the only receiver there for Alabama. They will run the football, and Gibbs will get tripped up as he crosses the 12. May have gotten to the 14, but I don't think he got much more, if any more, than there.
Yeah, it was a backside linebacker who was able to track that one down. There was another pretty good run opportunity for the Gibbs going down the right side, but couldn't handle the backside linebacker who showed some pretty good speed right there and made the play. Deshaun Page, number 16, but Alabama got back to the line of scrimmage, 2nd and 9.
JoJo Earl, Jermaine Burton, Ja'Cory Brooks split wide left. You got Latu, the tight end, split right for Alabama. Young on 2nd and 9, they'll call it. Looking, throwing it across the middle, and that ball's going to be knocked away from Jahmyr Gibbs, and we're very fortunate that State didn't take possession right there after a big hit from Jalen Green.
And that Jahmyr Gibbs is still in the ball game right there. Ball was drifting upfield, and Gibbs gives himself up, goes for the catch, and that's exactly what you want to see from Jalen Green, the safety. I mean, that was a kill shot. That had been a highlight reel 10 or 15 years ago, but squares him up, makes a good hit on it, knocks the ball to the ground, makes Alabama go 3rd down.
Are they going to review this? I wonder if they're going to review this for targeting or somebody call a timeout.
Replay has initiated a review for potential targeting.
Look, I'll take whatever call we can get. But that was a big-time football hit.
Yeah, and I don't think he could have done anything besides not hitting the guy. Squares him up. It's right in his face mask. He goes, the defender, Green, gets down low, and Gibbs is going upfield. Maybe his head was down a little bit if they do call it a targeting.
I'll be honest, though. Man, I don't know how you play defense anymore because I'm not sure what's targeting and what's not.
Yeah.
We've seen it. I mean, there was one last week that after we saw the review, we were certain we were going to get targeting on Tennessee. It never happened.
You're talking about the hit on Bryce?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Christian, what do you think about this target, this call, and I guess the play in general?
If I'm being quite honest, I don't think that's targeting one bit. That is a textbook football play right there. He came down, broke on the football, and he had his eyes under his eyes. He led with his helmet, but it was all the way in his chest. You know, I don't think it gets any better than that. I think that's just a very clean football hit. It definitely was a big hit, but it was clean.
But also, don't you have to factor into that, guys, the fact that the ball was being juggled, so there's no clear position of where you're hitting a guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about, the difficulty for a defender if you're trying to make that play, Christian.
Yeah, you know, maybe they're saying he might have been defenseless, potentially, but, you know, as a defender, when you're coming down, you're just trying to make a clean tackle, and that's what it looks like this guy's trying to do right here. You know, he led with his head, but again, it's right in his chest. There's no helmet to helmet, and it didn't look malicious. It just looked like a big hit.
And I think, Christian, like you said, he did exactly what you're supposed to do is get low, get your hips and your body low where your eyes are below his eyes, so you're not coming down. It's not that downward striking motion that they're looking for on a targeting call. But we'll see, you know. We've seen crazier things this year.
Another official review from My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more. They got 20 convenient locations to fit your busy schedule. Don't miss a single play this season, as eye care and eyewear really are better together at My Eye Doctor.
Remember, this goes back to Birmingham, so this is a targeting. It'll be standard.
After review, there is no foul for targeting. Result of the play is incomplete pass, 3rd down.
2.5 minutes of our lives we'll never get back. 2nd and 9, or excuse me, try that again. 2 of 9 on 3rd down. State has been. Alabama 2 of 3 on 3rd downs in this one. If I read numbers long enough, I'll eventually get them right and in the right context. 2 wideouts left. Now a third as Burton will come over to that side of the formation. Young. Waiting on the snap. Gets it. Looking. Still looking. Throwing downfield. Catch is made. Burton near the boundary. That is going to be a complete pass. That is going to be a first down. And that will be brought to you by Bank First as Alabama moves the sticks on another great play from Bryce Young and a really good catch. Low and on the move by Jermaine Burton.
Yeah, Bryce extends the play, but what a catch for Burton. The ball is at below his knee. It's at his shin, and he goes down running pretty much full speed to make the catch.
Oh.
We're going to get another review here.
The words.
The ruling on the field is a completed catch at the sideline. The previous play is under further review.
The words of one of my favorite golfers. Let's go while we're young.
At least we're on the left side of the field where the replay, they bring out the replay video monitor, so it's on the 20-yard line. At least we're on this side of the field where we're not having to run back and forth. But Chris, this play might be overturned. Burton's going out. His right foot, so the ball is catching it below his shin, and his right foot appears to hit it first when he catches right, and then his left foot eventually goes out.
But I don't think he bobbled it, did he? No. I didn't see it as being bobbled. I thought he had it.
I don't think he bobbled it either. We don't get a really good shot of the replay because right now there's a split screen on the Jumbotron of 12 different screens, so pretty tough for us to see. But a quick replay right here.
After review, the ruling on the field, a completed catch is confirmed. First down.
His right foot hit, and then it picked up and hit again, and I think that's what they were looking at. But inbounds, another first down for Alabama.
Tyler Booker in the ball game for the Alabama offensive front, lined up at right guard now.
How about Kendall Randall outside the numbers lining up?
Yes, got to be split out
the bunch.
Now they're going to bring him in tight on 1st and 10. Roydell Williams will operate from the left side of Young as they've got players stacked in now. Bama will run it. Left side, Williams able to bounce it out, trying to get a block, nowhere to go, and that got stacked up. Somewhat of a credit to Mississippi State, but Alabama looks a little bit out of sync there as well.
Yeah, didn't really have good ball get off right there from the offensive line. Looks like we were late once Bryce clapped his hands to get the snap. Looked a little late, but Tyler Booker pulling from his right guard position. Put a pretty big hit on the safety right there, I think it was.
Haven't seen Jace McClellan in a while. It's been a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs, as you would expect, and Roydell Williams as the second option. Young operating from the pistol once again. Gibbs was in the backfield. He'll throw it to him. That's a great catch in traffic, and he will gain about 3.5, maybe 4 yards on that play. But it'll be third down and still 2.5 to go for the Tide.
A little easier third down conversion attempt right here from Alabama, so I'd like to see it. Just checking it down right there to Gibbs. Actually, he was out on a route. It wasn't a check down, so designed route from Gibbs out of the backfield, but got to pick this one up right here with 4:49 left to go here in the second.
Third, 2.5. They operate from their own 44, the Crimson Tide does. First down marker just across the 46. Young looking, throwing across the middle, catch is made and sliding down after making that grab. JoJo Earl, it's a Bank first down in Mississippi State territory at the Bulldog 48.
I kind of call this the Tom Brady throw, right? You see the guy open, it's in traffic. All you got to do is get the first down. So Bryce throws it low, and JoJo slides to catch it, secure the catch.
Play action, Bryce looking deep for Brooks, but it's well beyond his reach, and good coverage by Mississippi State as well. A flag is coming in, though, in the Bama backfield. That could be another late hit. Or is that a hold? Let's wait and see.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, number 22, contact to the head area. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Zach Arnett's the defensive coordinator, and I believe that's the gentleman who down on the sidelines is not happy with a couple of these calls on the defense. Now 5 penalties, 55 yards. You've had 2 late hits applied to Bryce Young.
Yeah, that one was hands right there to Bryce's face, so right in front of the umpire. I think they're going to call it most time. The first pass, roughing the passer, a little so-so, but that one I think was pretty clear, pretty visible.
Gibbs and McClellan in the backfield now for Alabama. They'll run left side. A little student body action there for Bama as they hand it to Gibbs with McClellan running interference. Wow.
Student body, I like that right now. You spent last night on campus as the MC of homecoming. Here we go.
Student body left, baby. Okay, maybe not, but close, about as close as you see to it anymore.
Two running backs, full stretch play to the left. This is a zone blocking scheme trying to get out to the outside, but decent pickup on first down.
Two wideouts right, one left. Tight end offset to the left side for Bama as they hand off. Will go to McClellan, but there's nowhere to go. Stacked up nicely by State. That'll be a loss of a half yard on the play. It'll be 3rd and about 8 upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Tyrus Wheat, Deshaun Page there for Mississippi State to apply the hit.
All right, 3:30 left to go here in the second. 3rd down and 8 for Bama. Going to pick up this first down right here. Probably go through the air.
So 3 wideouts left now. Latu, the only tight end or the only receiver split to the right side.
Tonight either, Chris.
He has it. Young waiting on the snap with a play clock. Now down to 5. Gets the snap. Pressure coming up the middle. He's flushed to the right side of the pocket. He'll plant. He'll throw. It's incomplete. Good pressure by Mississippi State. Force Young to unload that one a little bit early, and now Will Reichard will come on and try the field goal for the Crimson Tide. It'll likely be a 49-yard try, or in that vicinity for Reichard. Oh, they're going to spot it right on the 40. Or James Burnham will call for the ball right on the 40, so a 50-yard try from Reichard, but this time right in the middle of the field. The miss the other day in Knoxville came from the right hash with a wind that pushed it just right. Snap, spot, and kick. Plenty of leg there. The kick is up, and that one splits the uprights. Will Reichard booted it through with 2:54 to go. Alabama has taken a 24-0 lead.
Ooh, that was a good kick right there. Get back on schedule, Will.
Smile on his face. Hadn't seen that in a while. That's good to see. We'll keep it right here as Alabama pushes the lead to 24-20. Again, 2:54 remaining.
Can't let
in
down
this
right
second
here, Chris.
quarter.
Can't let down. 2:54 in the second. Alabama right now way out in front, 24-0. State only has 2 timeouts left.
My bad, partner. Way out in front, but way out in front can change very quickly with the way Mississippi State can attack.
Exactly. So we got to keep the pressure on right here. We play with great intensity, great enthusiasm. Just a few minutes left. We got to keep it going.
Reichard's kick will be fielded inside the 5. They'll get it across the 15-20 down the left sideline and knocked out of bounds on the play after a big gain across to the 32-yard line. That once again was Simeon Price on the return for Mississippi State. So they are aggressive in all phases, frankly. And it results in a return up near the 34-yard line of the Dogs. And they'll take over 1st and 10 there.
They're leading the country right now in kickoff returns, averaging over 30 yards per return. We've done pretty good on the first 2 or 3 to keep them contained, but right there bringing it out in good field position.
3 wideouts right. They'll bring one of them in motion to the left side with a single setback. Pressure coming from the edge, and Brian Branch will bring him down. First sack of the day for the Crimson Tide. The junior from Fayetteville, Georgia, and Sandy Creek High School, able to deliver the sack to Will Rogers.
Timed it up really well. As soon as the ball was snapped, he came from basically a linebacker position off the edge. 1-on-1 with the right tackle and just beat him with speed. Clock keeps running. Mike Leach, no timeout right now.
2nd and 14 for the Dogs from their own 29-yard line. Rogers gets the snap, looking down the left sideline. Ball batted in the air and incomplete. A great job again. Kool-Aid McKinstry has been big time. Once again, that play made against Tulu Griffin.
Another back shoulder attempt from Will Rogers. 1-on-1 with Kool-Aid, and he's in the exact position you want to be to defend the deep ball. But then if it's thrown back, thrown short, can reverse course and knock it down. He gets a hand on it, force a third. Extremely long right here. 15 coming up for State.
2 of 9 on third downs tonight are the Dogs. 2:10 and ticking, or 2:10 and the clock stopped, I should say, at the moment for Mississippi State. They bring a man in motion, but Rogers will look to scramble. Wants to throw, has to unload it. Getting rid of the football with 2:04 on the clock, and that's great news for the Crimson Tide. Chris Braswell was giving chase, forced him to unload the football, and now, still with all its timeouts left, Bama's going to get it with 2:04 on the clock.
Keeps the pedal down right here. We're going to have pretty good field position. Kool-Aid's going to line up about the 30-yard line to receive this punt. But Alabama still 3 timeouts left. We're going to have a little bit under 2 minutes when we get this ball back. Plenty of time for Bryce Young.
Trafford, couple of punts, averaging 51 yards. I wish he'd hit a line drive so Kool-Aid could take his first one to the house this year. He's come close a couple of times. The rugby-style kick, a high end-under-end kick. Kool-Aid says, just get away from it. Heck, we can't get to it unless we get near the stands. That one, we miss you, Eli. The Shankopotamus sending that one about 15 yards into the state sideline area. With 1:57 to go, only a 16-yard punt for the Bulldogs right there. That'll hurt Trafford's average just a little bit.
Not good. Not good right there. Kicked it off the left side of his foot.
May have kicked it off his knee.
Yeah, he missed that one. I mean, it could have been his ankle right there, but Alabama now, the hosel. I've seen that too many times, Chris. Not fun.
Yeah.
But Alabama ball to 45 right now of state.
Somebody find Tom Stipe for talking about a shank in our ears, please.
It's where you take a shot, too. This is the field right here.
So Young operating right at the 45 of Mississippi State. Getting the snap, swings it out, catch made. Prentice, he gets leveled. And, man, that's a heck of a play. And we're fortunate. That ball appeared to get tipped at the line of scrimmage and hung in the air a little bit longer than you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bad things happen right there when the ball's in the air that long on a screen pass because defenders are flying down trying to get it. He's able to get the catch.
Loss of a yard and a half on the play. Young now from his 48, looking, throwing, left side, catch is made. Earl tried to get some freedom, instead lost 2 yards after making the catch, and Nick Saban may absolutely teach him right there in front of everybody.
It was Prentice, true freshman.
Sorry. 30-second timeout.
2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minute. Well, look, it's tough to see the 2 minute drill though. We got 2 timeouts. We had 3 timeouts. Get out of bounds. He reverses course, loses ground to come back as he's just a couple steps going out of the bounds. It was an out route from Bryce Young, and that's as easy as it gets. But they just run out, keep it going. Now we had to burn a timeout. 3rd and long coming up.
I couldn't quite tell the jersey because Nick Saban was gnawing on it.
He was out there quick, and it was right in front of him. Poor guy.
Oh, Lord. Sorry, JoJo. It was Kobe taking that gnawing. Now Kobe Prentice is in the game to the right side. Bama facing 3rd down and 9. They're 3 of 6 on 3rd downs. 4 of 6, excuse me. Latu shifts over to the right side as the tight end. 2 wideouts right, Burton the wideout left for Alabama. Young gets the snap from his 48. Plenty of time, still plenty of time. Steps up to the pocket. Now he'll scramble around to his left, looking, throwing downfield, throws it away. And Mississippi State, a great job in coverage right there, and they'll force Alabama to punt this one away with 1:13 to go in the first half.
Yeah, pretty good for Mississippi State right there. Alabama, great field position at the 45-yard line, but goes 3 and out. Now we're going to have to punt.
He wanted to run it, but they did a great job of even stepping in that lane.
Yeah, that was pretty good for Mississippi right there.
Xavier Thomas, the deep man, waiting on Burnip's kick. It's a high end-under-end kick. It'll sail out of bounds, and we're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Make sure Jim.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me.
We're on the air.
I need to try it first.
Hi, this is Coach Nick Saban. They say Coke Zero Sugar is refreshingly delicious. Does that make it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Roll Tide.
State with an 8-yard pickup on first down. We've got 43 seconds remaining in the first half. They'll hand it off, try to run it up the middle and gain a couple. That'll move the chains for the first down. Jaquavius Marks getting the carry and a gain of about 3.5 there to set up a 1st and 10 for State with 36 seconds remaining. We're in the second quarter. Alabama on top 24-0 over Mississippi State. The Dogs trying to hurry up.
The field right there.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Turner is limping off. Going to the sidelines as now with pressure coming from the edge, bringing down the quarterback. Will Rogers is sacked by Will Anderson, the second of the game for the Crimson Tide, and State will use the timeout right here.
Yeah, Will Anderson, one-on-one, left tackle. Not a good idea to leave him one-on-one. Kind of gives a little juke move at the line of scrimmage, speed rush over the top. Will Rogers trying to climb in the pocket, but too much from Will Anderson as he stays with the rush and brings him down before he gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Bama fans, after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue, now with 16 locations. There's always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. Join us next for that Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. 20 seconds on the game clock here in the second quarter. 24-0, Alabama with a lead and trying to keep Mississippi State from getting anything on the board here before halftime. Bulldogs on 2nd and 11. Bring a second wide receiver to the left side, leaving 2 to the right. Snap to Rogers. Stepping up in the pocket, throwing incomplete. Boy, that is defended well. Eli Ricks has really done a nice job.
I think that's the 5th of the night for Eli Ricks. Yep, 5th target, 5th incomplete. He's been locked down all night. A guy that came in as a preseason All-American. This is the first start he's made tonight here in the 8th game and playing like he's been doing the right things, right? Obviously, he's on the field for a reason and showing it out tonight.
So 3rd and 11 with 16 seconds remaining in this first half. Rogers waiting on the snap, gets it, looking, throwing across the middle. Catch is made down to the 45-yard line as making the grab was Austin Williams. And now with 11 seconds, State probably needs one more completion to get in field goal range after a 23-yard gain. They get the snap. They spike it immediately to save a timeout.
Only got one left.
Yep, 4 seconds ticked off the clock right there.
They're gonna, he's gonna put some back on.
Yeah, 2 more seconds go back on the clock. That play, frankly, very similar to what happened at the end of regulation against Tennessee. It's a throw and a pass you just can't allow to happen.
No, too soft right there. Dallas Turner on the coverage downfield, so they found a mismatch, exploited it. 9 seconds left. You got time for 2 plays right now. Maybe a quick one. If I'm State, I'm trying to get in field goal range. Just get points on the board.
Operating from the Alabama 46. 3 wide outs right. Rogers looking, throwing left side. Catch made, pulled out of bounds. Right at the 40-yard line. They will stop the clock with 3 seconds. Ra Thomas making that grab.
It's a 57-yard field goal attempt.
Yep. 3 seconds now as they spotted it to 39.
So only 3 seconds left. You either kick it or you got to go for the end zone right here if you State.
Yeah, they've got their kicker warming up. That is Massimo Viscardi. He has only made 1 field goal this year. And it was a 48-yarder last week at Kentucky. It's the only attempt that he has had.
Well, I don't think he's going to attempt either.
I don't think so either. You didn't let him kick earlier and take sure points.
He's already missed one tonight. Went off the left upright.
That's right. Had plenty of leg on it, though. As it joinked off the left pipe. Better go with a Hail Mary here, putting 3 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Let's see if Bama can get some pressure on them with 6 DBs back there. 3 of them lined up inside the 10-yard line. Rogers trying to buy time, flooded. He's going to go down. Great pressure by Alabama defensively. 3rd sack of the game by the Crimson Tide defense. It will go to the locker room after the Jamil Burrows sack. Brings us to intermission and the Tide on top, 24-0. John Parker Wilson will wait after television, and Holly Rowe will talk with Nick Saban. It'll be Christian Miller's time, but your thoughts on what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid half of Alabama right there, 24-0. Really limited Will Rogers. The Mississippi State came out, tried to run the ball. Alabama was able to adapt, able to change the game plan and take that run on, and then Bryce Young getting it done. 15-20 in the air, so 174 yards, 2 touchdowns, and really an artful first half for Alabama.
Impressive half, indeed. Again, went 3 and out, as did State on their first series. But able to get points and capitalize when State gambled just a bit on a couple of 4th down tries back in their own territory. But Alabama got the stops needed and were able to get those points on the board and take the 24-0 lead into the halftime break. Coach wrapping up with television, and now we'll join his former player and our sideline reporter, Christian Miller.
Coach, impressive first half overall by everybody on the team. What adjustments, if any, do you make going into the second half?
Well, I think we got to run the ball a little bit better on offense. You know, we had an opportunity to put more points on the board. We had good field position there and go 2 minutes and didn't get it done. So, you know, defensively, these guys are dangerous, you know, on offense. So you got to play every play, man, or get right back in the game on you.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Christian. And thank you to Golden Flake. They present Nick Saban at the half. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. At the break, again, 24-0, Alabama leading Mississippi State here on Homecoming on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
We just can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the if in life.
Member FDIC.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. I can make a sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. Kanaka sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a grill at your college football party. My full grease trap? That's something you clean? Now you're smoking your car and garage instead of your meats. And if you don't have the right coverage, fixing this could be a trick play. So bundle your home and auto with Allstate to save up to 25% and get protected from mayhem like me.
Bundled savings discounts will vary by state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of savings off the home policy. Combining the multiple policy discount for having auto insurance with Allstate and the welcome discount savings at enrollment.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Also brought to you by BASF. We create chemistry. Barkley GMC, Tuscaloosa's leader. Barkley makes it easy. And by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local stores.
Welcome to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. I'm Roger Hoover with you from Bryant-Denny Stadium, where the score at halftime, Alabama 24, Mississippi State nothing. Here are the Cadence Bank stats and facts from the first half. It was Alabama with 200 yards of total offense in the first 30 minutes, 174 yards passing, 26 yards on the ground for the Crimson Tide, as Bryce Young was 15 of 20 passing for 174 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs was the top rusher, 4 carries for 21 yards and a touchdown. And then JoJo Earl leading the way, a wide receiver, 3 catches for 38 yards and a touchdown. Also, a touchdown grab by Trayshawn Holden. Mississippi State only 140 yards of total offense, 94 passing, 46 yards on the ground so far for Mississippi State, as Alabama leads 24-0. And those were your Cadence Bank stats and facts. Bancorp South and Cadence have come together to form a new, even better bank to help the people, companies, and communities we serve prosper. Learn more at cadencebank.com/the new Cadence, member FDIC. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Halftime score in Tuscaloosa, Alabama 24 and Mississippi State nothing. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to great Southern barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Up next, Brian Houseworth will check the Alabama Power scoreboard. Once again, the score at halftime in Tuscaloosa, it's Alabama 24, Mississippi State nothing. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Girl Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch Salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
I've been driving trucks for a long time. Safety is my #1 priority. I know that my truck has huge blind spots. That's why I remember to check my mirrors often for smaller vehicles. Everyone can help keep our roads safe. Next time you're behind the wheel, try to avoid lingering in those blind spots. It can be dangerous. Let's all plan to share the road safely. Learn how at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
I found hope in the midst of an overwhelming situation.
Alcoholism is a disease that can affect any family. Everyone suffers, but there is help and hope at Al-Anon Family Groups.
Al-Anon gave me my life back. I'm a better father and husband.
Are you in an overwhelming situation because of someone else's drinking? Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Local and virtual meetings are available. Maybe one could work for you. Call 1-866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time is 7:57. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you here in studio. And roll tide, my friends. Our scoreboard update is brought to you this hour by Alabama Power. It's power for a better Alabama. A lot of questions were asked before this game. Could Alabama rebound? Would they be able to put the loss last week behind them? The answer to those questions appears to be yes. Number 6, Alabama practiced well. You heard what Coach Saban said to Chris Stewart in the pregame show. That appears to be paying dividends tonight. At the half, Alabama up 24-0 over a very good Mississippi State team and an outstanding quarterback that you'll be watching on Sundays in a few years in Will Rogers. He really can throw the ball. 24-0 right now at the half. We'll have our halftime highlights presented by Made in Alabama in just a moment. Let's get right to our scoreboard. Many of you interested in Ole Miss, LSU. We'll get right to them in a moment. We're going to begin with Carolina in A&M, the only other game going on in the SEC right now. Second quarter at Williams-Brice. Willie B, as we like to say, the Gamecocks lead at 17-6. They get it done early in the game. A 100-yard kick return. Carolina.
Xavier Legette to receive. And Legette wants to bring it out. Got a seam. And Legette takes it past the 30. And here he goes down the sideline. What a start for the Gamecocks. Xavier Legette takes it to the house.
And that crowd there is the crowd at Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, South Carolina, and I mean they have been loud tonight. Those Gamecocks are 4-2, trying to make it 5-2. That is Tom Hart there on the call. You're going to see that play all night on SportsCenter on ESPN. I don't know how Legette didn't go down. He stumbled a couple times, looked like he'd fall at least twice, stays on his feet, and really it's 100 yards in the books. That was about 103 yards. He was at least 3 yards deep in the end zone. Huge return. How about Brian Kelly and LSU? LSU believes they can win the SEC West, and quite frankly, if they beat Alabama, they would be in the driver's seat in a couple of weeks. Huge win today for LSU. Death Valley is where dreams go to die, as Brad Nessler said on television today. This was a beatdown. I mean a beatdown against Ole Miss today. 45-20. Lane Kiffin had that scowl on his face in the second half. Jaden Daniels, 21-28, 248 yards. He had 2 touchdowns through the air, and he had 3 on the ground. Missouri over Vanderbilt, 17-14 today. Brady Cook, 17 of 25, 211 yards. He had a touchdown as Mizzou beats Vandy 17-14. A lot of fires not far from Faurot Field in Columbia. Interstate 70 is shut down in a number of areas, but no fires in Columbia. They were able to get the game through, but there is a lot of smoke. You may have noticed that on the television in the outlying areas because the fires are so serious. Those are wildfires, if you will. Number 3, Tennessee beating UT Martin 65-24. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to get our halftime highlights presented by Made in Alabama. We'll also go through the rest of our top 25 and let you know how Dabo and the crew did down in Death Valley today against Syracuse. It was a dandy. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
You hear a lot today about the Bama factor. Well, what exactly is it? It's a saying that Coach Saban uses constantly. It's actually what the program is built on: commitment, discipline, effort, toughness, and pride. Well, at Dex Imaging, we believe in these same principles to be the very best we can be day in and day out. So for all of your business office solutions, put Dex Imaging to work for you. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Hey Tide fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, basement, or garage? Life Storage can help, offering a variety of spaces and sizes, including traditional or climate controlled. Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Medicaid and CHIP offer free or low-cost health coverage for children and teens. Hospital and doctor visits, prescriptions, shots, and more are covered. That's peace of mind for parents if a child is sick or gets injured. And parents may now be eligible for Medicaid too, even if they've applied in the past. Enrollment is always open. Visit InsureKidsNow.gov or call 1-877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and the largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. The USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal agencies with free safety equipment donations and officer survival training, along with cash donations to families of law enforcement officers who perish in the line of duty, college scholarships for the children of law enforcement, a citizen awareness program, and more. For more information on the USDSA and how you can help, visit usdeputy.org.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Good question, good evening, my friends. Once again, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Brian Houseworth live with you here in studio at the half. Not only across the great state of Alabama, our great affiliates in the southeast, we're even on in Hawaii tonight. We wish you all a good evening as well. It is 8:04 in Alabama, again up over Mississippi State, 24-0 at the half. Bryce Young continues to impress. He was hit and hit and hit last week. He kept getting up, and I mean, he has looked good tonight. 15-20, 174 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Young waiting on the snap. Gets it. Looking. Time to throw. Now scrambles to his right. Looking. Throw and catch made. Touchdown. Alabama. Trayshawn Holden. 6 yards. 8:19 to go in the half, and Bama now leading it 20-0.
Chris Stewart there on the call. Alabama getting it done on the ground, too.
Young operating again from the pistol. Will hand it off left side to Gibbs. He'll run right side. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs. 19 yards, and the Crimson Tide has a 13-0 lead.
24-0 right now. Alabama up. Dabo in number 5. Clemson trying to move up. They were down 21-10, 17 fourth quarter points. Syracuse essentially went into a zone, folks. That's what happened. That's really what happened. And Clemson wins it over Syracuse 27-21. Never, ever, ever count Dabo out. He is a tough coach. That's a good football team. K-State over TCU 14-10 second quarter. And Oklahoma State beats Texas by a score of 41-34. Tide fans, you can take it to the house this football season. The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association. If Alabama returns their first received kickoff in the second half for a touchdown tonight, Bonnie Dansby of Brunwich, Alabama, will win $75,000 toward the purchase of a manufactured home from an authorized dealer. Register today, rolltide.com/take it to the house. For a complete set of rules, visit rolltide.com/take it to the house. Next up, your second half kick, Chris, JP, and Roger. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio, and Roll Tide, my friends. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey there, folks. Bob Baumhauer here. We're celebrating 40 legendary years here at Baumhauer's Victory Grill. And to kick this off, we're coming in hot with our all-new Alabama Hot Chicken. Fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a blend of tangy, immune-boosting herbs and spices with a spicy finish. Served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary southern greens, and garlic bread. And there's plenty more where that came from. Stop in today and celebrate with us. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Legendary fun, legendary food.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Hey, Bama fans, we have big news about Shoe Station, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Join us at the grand opening of their newest store at Vestavia City Center in Birmingham, November 18th through 20th. Chances to win $1,000 cash, free shoes, and more. Plus, want to win tickets to the Alabama-Auburn game on November 26th? Text WIN to 67464. Again, text WIN to 67464 to be entered to win tickets to the big game, plus access to all the best deals. Terms and data apply. Roll Tide from Shoe Station.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Also brought to you in part by Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. And by Allstate. Get protected from mayhem this year when you switch and save with Allstate. Now, with the call of the second half, here's Chris Stewart.
Payless Drugs is your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. John Parker Wilson, what is that formula for the Crimson Tide? The prescription, if you will, for success.
I would say keep doing exactly what we've been doing, right? I mean, Bryce Young, effective through the air, only 26 rush yards, so I think we got to pick it up in the rush game. We've done really good on defense, handling 20 rushes, only 46 yards. Will Rogers, 11 of 28 for only 94 yards, so playing really good on defense. Probably rushing the ball better would be the only thing to clean it up, and that's exactly what you want to do here in the second half as we're up 24-0.
Really want to see a great sustained drive ending in a touchdown to get things started off. You want to make head coach happy.
That's exactly right. Sustain a drive, lead some time off the clock, spread the ball around, maybe get Latu involved a little bit. He is without a catch so far in this game, but running the ball, throwing to tight ends definitely makes for a longer drive.
Deep for Alabama. Doesn't really matter. It was Jahmyr Gibbs, but he watched the ball sail through the end zone and out the back, or out the side, actually. It's going to be 1st and 10 Alabama from the 25-yard line. I was really glad to see Jason McClellan come back out late in that first half. We had not seen him, and I was afraid maybe there was something wrong.
Yeah, maybe a little lingering injury, but he's out there, and it looks like... My bad. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, he's coming back into the game right now with Bryce. So, maybe this is just a game plan of Coach Saban want to get Roydell some more carries early in this game.
Couple of wideouts right, couple of wideouts left. Gibbs will now join McClellan in the backfield. So one on either side of Bryce Young, getting the pistol formation snap. Looking, stepping out of the pocket, gets tripped up, goes down across the 25, or actually they'll spot him right at the 25-yard line. Boy, he waited just a split second too late, I guess, to take off.
Well, he was taking off. He saw Burton dragging about 10 yards coming from the right to the left, and he waited. He needed to get to that second window to give him the ball, so he's trying to climb and just didn't get there.
So on 2nd and 10, the handoff will go to McClellan, cuts it back, gets a couple before he gets stacked up. Now you got 3rd and 8. This is not exactly thus far the way you want to see things get started.
No, not at all. Alabama right now, 3rd and 7 is their average distance to go, so a little bit outside of that, and honestly not good enough, right? You got to do better on 1st and 2nd down. If you're going to throw it incomplete, you got to have a better rush right there on 2nd down to get you back where you're 2nd, 3rd, and 4. For Alabama.
Alabama 4 of 7 on 3rd downs thus far. Empty set for Young with 3 wideouts right, 2 left. Latu, the tight end of the slot, to the right side of the formation. 10 on the play clock as Bryce gets the snap. Pressure coming from the edge. He'll throw the slant. Got a man. Burton makes a great grab. That'll be another bank first down for the Crimson Tide. He's made 2 great catches that were far from routine.
No question about it. He's running his in route, a dig route, and the ball's low. He has to go dive low, kind of falling to the ground as he catches the ball. It's a really nice catch.
17 on the pickup. Handoff left side. McClellan, nice cut back. Fights forward for 1.5 yards, maybe 2, before he gets knocked to the ground. State coming up, doing a nice job on run defense with Emmanuel Forbes, the corner, being among those making the hit. Forbes looks like he's hobbling coming off the field.
Running to the left side, but still just... haven't seen that big burst, that big explosive run that we're used to seeing so far with Alabama on offense.
JoJo Earl
wide to the left side along with Ja'Cory Brooks. They send McClellan all the way to the right side, joining Latu and Burton on that side. Empty set, Young looking, throwing deep. Got a man down there, but it's beyond the reach of Jermaine Burton, and also a nice job in coverage. Step for step with him was DeCamerion Richardson, able to make that defensive play, staying with Burton and forcing Young to throw it well beyond either one.
Yeah, trying to run that go route from the inside slot position that gives the quarterback more room to throw it, more sideline to work with, but basically just perfect coverage from Richardson. Bryce couldn't have walked it out there and made the completion, so move on. Another third down coming up for Alabama.
3rd and 7. Alabama 5 of 8 on third down so far. Bryce waiting on the play clock to get down around 5, and then he will now have it at 3, at 2, at 1. He will get the snap. Bama, nice job of providing plenty of time for it. He'll step up in the pocket. He will scramble. He will look. He will throw. It's over the head of Latu as it falls incomplete. Boy, they're doing a good job. Coverage downfield by and large, really making Bryce work, and that one falls incomplete, and Bama will have to punt this one away.
They really have. Most of our big plays, the one to Brooks earlier, the touchdown to Earl, the touchdown to Holden, have really all come off broken down plays where Bryce is extending it and moving around. He seems really comfortable doing that, but we want to be more on schedule, more on time in the passing game. But right now, State doing a good job coverage.
Burnip, the rugby-style kick, working it away from Xavion Thomas, and it'll sail out of bounds, I believe, inside the 20. Let's see where they spot it. They do indeed at the 19-yard line, so angled it away from the return man. A nice kick, 34 yards. Doesn't tell the whole story on that one, as we've got 12:40 to go, third quarter. Bama 24, Mississippi State nothing, here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 31st, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $28.60 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Just like the Crimson Tide, Serve Pro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama Serve Pro service location near you, simply click on ServePro.com. Serve Pro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
12:40 left to go in the third quarter. Alabama 24 and Mississippi State nothing. The Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by our locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Alabama had scored on the first drive of the second half, Catherine Meadows of Tuscaloosa would have won a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Thanks for playing, Catherine. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Tonight's game is presented by Chevron with Techron. Find a station near you on the Chevron app as we continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth.
Roger, thank you so very much. Christian Miller is our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter tonight. We talk all the time, Christian, about the importance of trying to get points on the board when you get it first to start the second half. Bama couldn't do that, leading 24-0. I would imagine equally big for the defense to get off the field in a hurry.
That's exactly right, Chris. Expecting a big stop right here and just doing what they've been doing. They've done a great job stopping the run, and that's in their dime package. They've been doing really well, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing from the DBs. I'm seeing these guys, they're nodding their heads. They look full of confidence right now. They're timing their breaks, and they're attacking the ball. I'm I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense right here.
Thank you so much, Christian. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. 12:40 again. The time on the clock here in the third quarter of play. Bama the 24-0 lead. Will Rogers once again the quarterback for Mississippi State. He was 11 of 27 for 94 yards in the first half of play. Bama able to limit what he was able to do. Play action snap. Nice job by Alabama defensively in good grief. Malachi Moore drew a blank. I'm looking right at him. I know who he is. It's Malachi Moore, but he got a hand on it and knocked it away from the intended receiver, Austin Williams of Mississippi State. 2nd and 10 upcoming. Bama with a 3-man front. They show a little bit of a blitz with Branch, but now he drops back. Now he creeps up, showing blitz again from the edge. They block him. Throw is made, and the catch is made as well by Caleb Ducking. That'll be a gain of about 5 on the play. But thought for a moment Bama might be in that passing lane to, at a minimum, knock it away.
Yeah, Malachi Moore trying to close on that slant route once again, but caught the ball, but the rest of the team, rest of the defense is right there in position to make a tackle, forcing a 3rd down attempt for Mississippi State. So you know they're going to get completions, they're going to move the ball, but it was the whole team right there, 3-4 guys right there make the tackle.
State only 3 of 12 on 3rd downs thus far. Slant, throw, catch made, 1st down Mississippi State. Bama gambled right there. Jordan Battle tried to knock it away. Rufus Harvey made the grab and was able to stretch forward and move the sticks for a State 1st down.
Chris, I don't know how he missed that ball.
I know.
He's coming from a safety position, about a 6-yard curl route, and he's there in plenty of time and almost could have picked it off, but tried to knock it down and just missed.
They'll throw a deep ball down the middle of the field, and that's going to be incomplete. Bama's fortunate you didn't get pass interference because you had a DB who had a hand on the receiver. I don't know how much, if any, he impeded the progress. But normally when you got a ball in the air and a hand on the DB, a flag's going to come out.
I guess it wasn't enough right there. 3 Alabama defenders in the area, though. Will Rogers, this point in the game right now, down 24-0, where you start taking some chances that you probably shouldn't take.
2nd and 10 Bulldogs from their own 32-yard line. Rogers looking, pressure coming, and he goes down, and so does the ball, and Alabama picks it up, and the Tide will have it. Inside the 25-yard line, let's see who came up with it for the Crimson Tide. Byron Young, I believe, is the man who picked it up for Alabama. He did. Thank you, JP. And the senior from Laurel, Mississippi, records the takeaway for the Tide.
3 down front from Alabama, so he's technically a defensive end right there. Just whips the left tackle. Gets the sack.
Oh, it's actually
causes the fumble. But
yeah,
I think Tim Smith picked up the fumble.
You're absolutely right.
But Byron Young on that sack fumble.
If I'm State, I'm going to ask to see if his arm was going forward, see if it was a pass, but I think that's the right call of a fumble.
The ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense. The previous play is under further review.
Can I just tell you how shocked I am when I get one right?
You knew they were going to review it, though, right?
I didn't see it.
This officiating crew is going to review everything.
I did based on what I saw on the replay.
And I think this might be an incomplete pass.
It may be.
Gets hit as his arm's going forward, it looks like to me.
And his arm hits his lineman as he got knocked into him. He was going to fumble the football. Let's see where it comes. You know what? That's really close.
That's close right there. It was a fumble on the field, though, right?
If we weren't up 24-0, I would not be nearly as benevolent. But I can see where this would be overturned. And in fact, that's got to be.
Yeah,
doesn't
I think it is. I think it's an incomplete pass. His arm's going forward, and it does. His forearm hits the offensive lineman. It kind of stops his arm, but at the top, his hand is continuing to move. Looks like to me when the ball was released. Christian, what do you think? I'm a quarterback size right here. What does the defensive guy think?
Well, my defensive eyes, to me, it looks like a fumble. He started to have that forward motion. However, he looks like he almost just dropped the ball before he really let it go. So to me, it looked kind of like a fumble, but I definitely agree. I can see them ruling this incomplete because he did start to have that motion. I think if Byron Young were to have raked his arm, it might have been different, and it might have given them more reason to call it a fumble. But without him hitting that arm, I could see them leaning more towards the incomplete pass.
Our defensive unit's already back on the field.
Yeah, I think they fully expected.
After review, the ruling is an incomplete pass. The quarterback's hand was going forward as he released the ball. It'll be 3rd down and 10 at the 32-yard line.
His body wound up going sideways, but his arm was going forward.
Big boy that hit him right there. Byron Young coming full speed. Still got a sack, though.
Did indeed, but it's 3rd down and 10. That is the 4th sack of the game for the Alabama defense. That's good to see them apply the pressure that they have in this one. Rogers looking, throwing across the middle, catch is made, and that is going to be enough for a 1st down. They got 11. They needed 10, and 1st down does indeed move it forward as Griffin makes the grab for Mississippi State. So 1st down Bulldogs from their own 44-yard line. Single setback to the right side of Rogers. Quick snap, throw left side, catch made. That is Williams, and he'll fight forward, and he's going to get 11 yards. And a player down for Alabama, that's Brian Branch, who does get up. Seems to be fine. He got there really quickly and was a little slow to get up, but able to get back to his position and stay in the game.
Yeah, good to see him stay on the field because we've been in dime basically this whole game. So 6 defensive backs on the field. We've got to have him out there.
1st and 10. They swing it out right side, trying to set up the screen. Read well by Alabama defensively. Rufus Harvey makes the grab, but a good job by Moore to force that run back inside, and it was after he slowed down the receiver.
Yeah, good job right there on keeping the contain, right? You don't want him to get to the edge where he can get down the sidelines and get some extra yards. Force him back in. Was a decent pickup on 1st down of 5 yards, but it could have been a lot more.
So from the Alabama 40, Bulldogs on the move. Bama trying to stop it. They marched inside the 20 earlier, but turned away on a 4th down attempt. That was in the 1st half. 2nd down and 5. Rogers getting the snap. Pressure coming, and he goes down. DeMarco Helms gets the 5th Bama sack of the game, and Rogers slow to get up for the Bulldogs there.
DeMarco Helms on a safety blitz. Running back Jaquavius Marks, Christian, he runs right through the running back to make the sack on the quarterback.
That's exactly right, JP. Great physical play by DeMarco Helms right there, running through him to get the sack. And I think the biggest thing we're seeing this week is we are not afraid to bring pressure. Pete Golding is being very aggressive today, and you see it showing right here.
And it's going to be a lot easier for him to call those pressures as well as our defensive backs have been playing.
3rd and 13. As State will look, they'll throw near side, catch is made, 1st down gain inside the 30, and that again is Justin Robinson able to beat his man. That was Eli Ricks, who is claiming that there was a push-off that allowed the receiver to make the grab, but nonetheless, it's a 19-yard pickup, and State drives to the Alabama 29, 1st and 10 from right there with the clock moving near the 9-minute mark of this 3rd quarter, and the Tide on top, 24-0. Rogers will shuffle pass forward. Bama read it perfectly, and they wrap him up. Henry, toe, getting Simeon Price to the deck. A loss of a couple on that play.
Chris, that was basically like a draw play to the running back, but instead of handing it off, it was a shuffle pass. Flipped it with his left hand, toe. Not fooling me. Right there, tackle for loss after that big pickup for Mississippi State on 3rd down.
Marks and Price in the ball game. On either side of quarterback Will Rogers. Operating from the pistol on 2nd and 12. They send the man in motion to left side. They'll look, they'll throw. Fade left corner. That is going to be juggled, dropped, and we dodged a bullet there. It was a touchdown for Tulu Griffin, but he couldn't hang on. Kool-Aid got cooked on that one. But Griffin couldn't hang on to it.
Simple go route by Griffin. Will Rogers drops it right in the bucket. I mean, can't throw it any better than that. just drops it. I mean, he was right where you need to be. Should have been a touchdown. McKinstry gets beat a little bit. Can't stay with the play, and then just a drop for a touchdown. Forcing out 3rd 12.
Wasn't an easy catch, but it was definitely in his hands. 3rd and a dozen. From outside the 30, throw near side, knocked away. What a play by Eli Ricks. They tried the back shoulder pass once again to Robinson, but Ricks was there to rake it away.
Same play call that they converted the last 3rd down on to Robinson, who's 6'4", 220. So more like a tight end than he is a wide receiver. But Ricks this time keeps that tight coverage. Doesn't let the separation get big at the top of the route. As the receiver comes back, he's able to come back and knock it down with his right hand.
Going for it on 4th down. They're 2 of 4 on those. They've got to get to the Bama 19. They're currently, Bama 19, they're currently on the Tide 31. Rodgers gets the snap. Blitz coming up the middle. Throw goes deep, and it is incomplete. And Alabama turns away the Dogs once again.
And once again, Eli Ricks in coverage. Will Rogers just drops back. He's trying to hit. I mean, it's not a Hail Mary, but just throw it up. Hopes his guy was to Robinson once again can make a play, but pressure from Alabama. Britson 3, 2 linebackers came, and then the safety added on. He had to get rid of the ball quick, and the closest player to the field to the ball was actually Eli Ricks, as he toasted the tight end Robinson on the route.
8:06 to play. 3rd quarter in Tuscaloosa. Still 24-0. Bama on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Alabama can take home another Iron Bowl victory. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regents.com/GoBama. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
.806 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Alabama leads 24-0 over Mississippi State. I want to remind you to listen to Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show from Baumhower's Victory Grill on Thursdays from 6:30 to 8 p.m. on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Remember to submit your question to Coach Saban at AL.com. It could be asked during the show. Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show are presented by Alpha Insurance.
Thank you, Roger. They dropped the lights everywhere inside Bryant-Denny Stadium for a few moments there, including the ones in our booth for just a second, but we got them back on. Bama trying to put the lights out of Mississippi State, up 24-0 midway through this 3rd quarter, and very important to Tide not let a little light shine in for Mississippi State.
No. Let's go. Right there, turnover on downs for State. Bryce Young gets the ball back at the 31-yard line. Time to go to work right here. First drive of the game, we had a punt. Or first drive of the half, we had a punt. So this is the second one right here in the 3rd quarter for Bryce Young and company.
Kendall Randolph in at tight end. You've got Trayshawn Holden and Isaiah Bond split wide to the right side of the formation for Alabama. Latu will make it a tight end to each side of the field. Going to the right. Handoff goes to Gibbs. Right side. 40, 35, 40. spins away and gets brought down at the 43-yard line. A gain of a dozen. Kendall Randolph running interference on that right side, pulling there for Alabama. The Tide able to get a bank first down.
There we go. Perfect run right there from Alabama off the right side. Jameer Gibbs, patient like he always is, and then when he hits the hole, burst right there for the first down.
Young swings it out in a hurry. Gibbs basically extended handoff. He's got 10. He's got 15, and Alabama moves the 6 again. Back-to-back bank first downs for the Crimson Tide.
Kendall Randolph again out wide in the bunch formation. Offensive lineman. There was the point on the triangle. Lead block to the screen pass. Quick throw. First down.
Same thing again. Latu and Randolph out there. Now they'll bring them back in tight for a moment and put Gibbs to the right side of Bryce Young. 2 wide out, stacked left for Alabama as well. Play action. Bryce is going to look that way. Still looking, dancing to his right. Ali shuffles, throws it over the head of Jameer Gibbs, and that will be an incomplete pass. And it will set up 2nd down and 10. He was bobbing and weaving back there. Couldn't deliver a haymaker, though.
Floated like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Well done.
Looking for it down the field, wasn't there. Had a roll to the right. The play was not designed for him to be forced to the right. Everybody was on the left side of the field. Wisely just throws it into the second row over Gibbs' head.
3 wideouts left now. Latu among them for the Crimson Tide, along with Kobe Prentice and Trayshawn Holden, it appears. 1 to the right side. It's actually Bond left with Holden to the right side. Young looking, throws the slant, catch is made. A nice catch in traffic with the ball thrown slightly behind him for Alabama right there. And Isaiah Bond, the freshman, getting better and better every week.
There's no question about that right there. Isaiah Bond, that was a better move by the receiver as he's kind of on a slant route across the middle. He sees the safety coming, so he catches it. The ball was behind him, but uses back, getting ready for the catch, or getting ready for the hit, so you could secure the catch.
3rd and 2, Bama 5 of 9 on 3rd downs. Hands off, McClellan right side, cuts it back, gets near the mark. He's got the first down. That'll be a bank first down again. Tyler Steen running interference. The left tackle pulling on the play there, getting to the right side and running interference.
Big guy, exactly right. Coming from his left tackle position. The ball is going to the right. He pulls and sets the edge, secures the block so Gibbs can cut it back and get the first down.
Tight ends on each side of the formation here with wideouts to each side of the field as well. McClellan in the backfield, play action to him. Bryce looking, stepping up, but falling down as he gets wrapped up and is sacked by the Bulldog defense. Back around the 41 of Alabama. That is the first sack recorded by State. Man, if he could have stepped up and gotten away from that initial wave, I think he had a man deep.
Yeah, somebody missed a block up front, though. It was a play action. Fake to the left, rolling to the right. You got to have your backside secured right there. Even with that blitz, somebody came through, and there was no chance for Bryce taking a huge sack right there on first down.
3 wideouts left, 2 of them to the right side. Young waiting on the snap. Play clock under 10. He gets the snap now. Plenty of time. Looking. Oh, the ball's knocked away. He falls on it. As I was saying, plenty of time. A paw from a Bulldog came in and ripped it away from him from the backside. He didn't have as much time as I thought he did initially.
Well, it was a pretty good pocket, right? You got to step on the pocket a little bit, but once again, the design play call is not there. He's pointed to the receiver down the right side to go back and reverse field and go deep. So not on schedule again for Alabama in the passing game.
Randy Charlton is the man who knocked it away from him. Fortunately, Bryce was able to get back on it, but now it's 3rd down and 25. They've got to get all the way to the 21-yard line to move the sticks, and they're back around their 46-yard line. Bryce looking, still looking, moves to his left, rolling, trying to buy some more time. Now he's just got to run. He'll stop, he'll throw, man down there, but it's going to be incomplete. He was trying to connect with Trayshawn Holden, but covered well by Mississippi State. Bama's had success, obviously. They got a 24-0 lead, but overall tonight, State has done a really good job in coverage.
In the secondary, yeah, absolutely. I mean, our big plays, our scoring plays even have coming off Bryce having to move and scramble in the pocket right there. The same thing. I think the play call was probably designed to get us better field goal position, but it wasn't there, so Bryce has to scramble and tries to throw it to the end zone, forcing Alabama to punt.
Burnham set to punt it away. Couple of punts, 35-yard average. Somewhat misleading, though, as he was trying to pooch it into the corner and did so successfully. Gets the punt, or the snap, I should say, and will punt it away. Going left side this time, and that one will sail out of bounds inside the 20, maybe inside the 15-yard line. In fact, how about the 11? Great punt there on the part of James Burdup for the Crimson Tide. It brings us to a break with 4:25 to go in the third. Still 24-0 Alabama on top right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
4 minutes, 25 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Alabama maintaining a 24-0 lead against Mississippi State. For every Crimson Tide interception, Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $2,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. So far this year, 3 interceptions for the Crimson Tide, and that means $6,000 for Children's of Alabama. Thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations throughout Alabama for their wonderful support of Children's of Alabama.
Roger, thank you so very much. I'm Parker Wilson. We've got 4:25 to go in the third quarter of this ball game, and it has been, frankly, less than riveting at times. A little bit back and forth, and if you lapse in your Alabama, State can strike quick and make this a ball game once again.
Yeah, no question. I mean, really uncharacteristic for Mississippi State. Alabama's defense is playing really good. Will Rogers, who came into the game completing 71% of his passes, is right now 18 of 41. That's good for 44%. So Alabama, to me, they've been getting pressure up front. They've been getting, making him uncomfortable with the defensive secondary right now. There's basically been in the dime package the whole game. So 4 DBs, and they would take out 2 linebackers and put in 2 more DBs. Has been locking them down. Forcing them to throw quick, and Alabama's coverage has been relentless all night long. So we got to keep that going right now to keep them off the board. Because we kind of struggled on offense, to be honest with you, most of the night.
Jameer Calvin and Ra Thomas are split wide left for Mississippi State. They've got 2 men to the right side as well, with Marks in the backfield with quarterback Will Rogers. Rogers gets the shotgun snap, looking, plenty of time, throws left side, catches made, but a gain of only about 3 yards up to the 15-yard line. Jaden Wally making the grab. Henry To'o was in pursuit. That's actually a gain of 5, on that play. So from the 15, it'll be 2nd and 5 from there. Clock hitting the 4-minute mark right now. Quick toss right side, cut back against the flow of the Bama defense, but Bama read it well. A great job by Damon Payne, the freshman from Belleville, Michigan, able to make that stop, setting up a 3rd and 5 for the Dogs.
Really nice play for Payne right there. Right side, we got DJ Dale, Jaheim Otis, Justin Boybe all out tonight. They're wearing street clothes, so guys got to step up right there. David Payne making a nice play on 2nd down.
3rd and 5 from the 15. Rogers looking, throwing. That is going to be tipped and incomplete. Oh, goodness. Marco Helms thought he had a pick. Could not quite bring it in, but he had a lot of traffic around him. Eli Ricks thought he was going to have a pick, too, as one was stacked in front of the other. Both men were between Rogers and his intended receiver.
Yeah, there's a dig route underneath and then another dig route behind it, and DeMarco Helms reads it. Just two people on the route on that side, the underneath, and then he jumps the second level in cut. That's why they're DBs, right? They don't have the best hands on it. That should have been a catch. It should have been an interception, but sometimes those guys drop the ball.
Georgopoulos on to punt. And this is a high spiraling kick. Fair catch called for by Kool-Aid. The rise in my voice is because there was a lot of traffic around him. Thankfully, he was able to hang on to it, make the fair catch successfully, and Bama will have it. Great starting field position around their own 43-yard line. First and 10 there with 3:12 to go in the third quarter. Man, a score right here would be so nice.
It'd be great. I mean, but I tell you what, our defense is playing great. After that drive, that's the 4th 3-and-out tonight for Mississippi State. So defense continues to set the tone. We got to put some pressure on right here on offense.
Hopefully that'll be the case. Latu and the other tight end for the Crimson Tide going to the left side. They'll throw a slant. That's a poorly thrown ball by Bryce Young, and you can count on less than one hand the times that I've said that really during this season, as that one falls incomplete. Trying to connect on the slant with Ja'Cory Brooks, but not able to connect, and there was no chance on that one.
Now, as a run-pass option, I don't know if Brooks didn't run the wrong route, because that was a deep down the field. It was like a 10-yard slant. Should have been a lot quicker than that.
JoJo Earl going right side as the handoff goes left to Jahmyr Gibbs, and only about a yard and a half for him. It'll be 3rd and 9 there for the Crimson Tide. Well, that's fitting. Even when it appears that Young has thrown a bad pass, you learn he may not have.
Well, he could have been in the wrong pass, but I'm just saying that as many times as I've seen this guy throw the ball, it's usually on the money. So I think it was some kind of miscommunication.
6 of 11 on 3rd downs tonight for Alabama. Gibbs will go wide left, joining Burton. That leaves an empty backfield for Bryce Young with 3 men to the right side. Cameron Latu's in the slot as Young will bark out the signals, gets the snap, throws across the middle, and the receiver stopped short there. JoJo Earl, he could sense the defender coming, and he didn't gator arm it, but he stopped short. He was really close.
Yeah,
did he gator leg it?
He did gator leg. That's exactly what it was. He did not want to go in there and get hit. That's exactly what that was, Chris.
We coined a new one. What a shot. 4th down, and Alabama will have to punt it away. Here's James Burnip, averaging about 35 yards per kick thus far. Deep man Xavier Thomas has not had a chance to return one, and we're kind of good with that. This is a high, wobbly kick, but one that will be dropped. Bama's going to kick it around, a scramble, and the Tide comes up with it. I believe that the snapper, Nealon Hibbett, is the one that kicked it initially after it was muffed by Thomas, but then Jalen Moody, thank you boys, comes up with it for the Crimson Tide.
Snapper had the chance. Hibbett, he had the chance. He was down there first, hit his hands, and then
covered by the kicking team. 1st down, Alabama.
So Jalen Moody was able to get on it. Hibbett had the chance, and then buff punt from Mississippi State. Now a great field position for Alabama. We hadn't done much on offense. We got good field position. We got to do something here.
So 1st and 10 inside the 20. They'll spot it at the 17. Gibbs in the backfield with Young, the quarterback. Latu faking in motion left, changes direction back right. Young getting the snap, looking, dumps it off Gibbs. 20, cuts it back 15, 10, and stretches forward to the 9-yard line. The excitement in my voice, because when he puts that foot in the ground, it is normally something fun to watch.
No question, because he's looking for that cutback. It kind of sets him up, runs a couple steps to the left, and then boom, cuts it back to the middle of the field, and you can see it. It's open it up. Mississippi State able to close it in.
8 yards on the pickup. Gibbs tried to put the foot in the ground, but they put the body on the ground. State did defensively. Jet Johnson, the weak side linebacker, able to come in and apply the hit for a loss of yardage on the play.
Yeah, that was blown up from the start. He tried to make something out of it, but couldn't get it back. Going the wrong way on second down. 3rd, 7 coming up right here for Alabama. Been pretty good tonight, but can't go backwards on second down like that.
Jace McClellan in for the Crimson Tide as Gibbs is checked out. And do we have movement? I believe we did. State once again.
What number?
Make one up. As long as you point towards the team in white.
Offside. Defense. Number 93. Jumped into the neutral zone. Causing an offensive play to react. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That'll work. We'll take it. No doubt. 6 penalties, 60 yards on Mississippi State. Alabama now a 3rd and 2. That is much nicer to work with. McClellan in the backfield. 2 tight ends. Check that. 1 tight end to the left side for Alabama. Young taking his time. Play clock at 5. Now down to 3. Gets the snap, stretch, handoff McClellan. Gets to the edge, cuts it back, could not get to the corner. He is brought down, but a flag comes in. That'll be a face mask.
Yep.
And Bama's going to get the first down thanks to a couple of penalties in succession on Mississippi State, I do believe.
I think he got him behind the head, actually, but used the helmet almost more like a horse collar. It was the back of the helmet, he ripped it up. But pulling on the helmet, yeah.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 92. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
7 penalties, 65 yards or thereabouts. Yeah, he was reaching back. It wasn't intentional, but he wound up. Well, maybe it was. At the end, I'm not real sure. I think he's just hanging on for dear life there. For the most part.
This is exactly what he was doing. Fresh set of downs to Bryce Young, though, inside the 5-yard line.
So Bryce operating from the pistol again. McClellan to his right. Coming in tight, left side is Latu. Young gets the snap, looking, throwing. It is knocked away on a great play by Mississippi State. Boy, what an effort from Sean Preston, the safety. He had coverage one-on-one with Latu and had to go way up to get that one and strip it away.
Yeah, trying to hit Latu on the corner route. He has to throw it a little higher than he wanted to from the underneath coverage from the corner. Give him the safety time to come knock it down. That was a good play by him. Latu extends up, jumps, but just the ball never gets to him.
Roydell Williams now in the backfield with Burton and Brooks wide right. They bring a man in motion. Its snap goes over Young's head. Bama falls on it. McClellan salvaging the possession, but all the way back to 15.
Second goal. Going to make a 3rd and goal from the 15. I'm not so sure if Bryce just didn't drop that ball.
May have.
Take his eyes off of it. He's looking at the defense. He comes up. And, yeah, he just took his eyes off of him in the hands and the deflects over his head. He was going to hand the ball underneath the Burton on the jet sweep. He was going to be underneath the quarterback. Bryce was in the shotgun and just didn't catch it. Just took his eyes off of it.
Quarter comes to a close. We head to the 4th. Still 24-0. Alabama leading Mississippi State. It's right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
From Barney Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times.
being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA, is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And our scores brought to you live tonight by Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you here in studio in the third quarter right now at Williams-Brice Stadium. Carolina leading A&M 17-14. Again, 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. Tennessee beating UT Martin 65-24. And they're celebrating tonight in Baton Rouge. LSU a huge win over number 7 Ole Miss, 45-20. Back to Brian Denny. Here's Roger.
Thank you, Brian. The third quarter recap is presented by Auto Owners Insurance. Proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit RollTide.com/Auto Owners. Partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. We did not see the Crimson Tide or the Bulldogs score in the third quarter, as we still have our halftime score of 24-0 Alabama over Mississippi State, as we still have 15 minutes to go. And that's brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With Zero Sugar, it's also refreshingly delicious. Is Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself.
Roger, thank you. Appreciate you so very much, along with Butch Owens, Tom Stipe, Jerry Kelly, John Parker Wilson, of course, Ethan Carabin, who runs our Facebook Live broadcast, Jim Carabin, our boss. I'm Chris Stewart. I'm a lucky dude with a great team around me. Eli Gold, the voice of the Tide. We miss you. We love you. We hope you're feeling better, and we look forward to having you back with us as soon as you possibly can, my man. Homecoming 2022, 15 minutes away from being an absolute success. Bama up 24-0, driving from the 15, but it's 3rd and goal right now for the Crimson Tide, with Roydale Williams in the backfield with Bryce Young, the quarterback. He'll direct traffic, waiting on the snap, less than 15 on the play clock. Now it's down to 7. Now it's down to 5. It's at 3. We'll get the snap off. Bryce stepping up in the pocket, looking, buying time, throwing back of the end zone. It is knocked away on another big play by the Bulldogs. A great job by Sean Preston, the safety. Second play he's made in the end zone, knocking away a ball that likely would have wound up in a Bama receiver's hands for a score.
And Mississippi State was showing cover 0 blitz. So that's everybody blitzes. 4 guys take the wide outs. Bryce saw it, recognized it, changed protection, brought Latu back in to have a max protect. Then Mississippi State changed to cover 3. They got out of there. Result with the extra blocker that Alabama brought in. Nowhere to go with the ball for Bryce.
Riker trying from the near hash, 33 yards away. Snap, spike, kick. All 3 executed perfectly. Will Riker knocking through all of his kicks tonight. The Tide with a 27-0 lead with 14:49 to go. Back to Tuscaloosa after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Brad Bohannon, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm John Parker Wilson. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
Become an organ donor and save a life today. Learn more at legacyofhope.org.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
14:49 left to go in Tuscaloosa. It's now Alabama 27 and Mississippi State nothing. We just saw a 33-yard field goal by Will Reichert that capped our Bromberg scoring drive of 6 plays, 2 yards, and it took 2 minutes and 25 seconds off of the clock. Tonight's game is presented by Chevron with Techron. Find a station near you on the Chevron app as we continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth.
Thank you, Roger. John Parker Wilson, Alabama, with a 27-0 lead over Mississippi State. In terms of the outcome, quite frankly, you feel confident from the Alabama perspective. From the coach's seal of approval, you feel like there's still 14:49 of work to be done.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. 27-0 Alabama defense, though, really locked down. Obviously, you got a goose egg on the board right now after giving up 52 points last week in Tennessee. Has figured it out, and our secondary that's playing 6 DBs at most of the time tonight have really shut out Will Rogers and company thus far. Only 157 yards through the air for Will Rogers, 38 on the ground. Alabama just locked it down. 195 total yards for Mississippi State compared to Alabama 239.
Reichert set to kick it off for the Crimson Tide with, once again, the deep man, Tulu Griffin, for the Dogs. Reichert's kick will come to the near side of the field, and Simeon Price will take it at the 5. Gets to the 20, gets knocked down across the 25, maybe just shy of it. We'll wait on the spot. They say it's around the 27-yard line, and the Dogs will have it 1st and 10 from right there. Again, you talked about the return numbers. They're as good as there is in the league, but they haven't been able to do enough once they get that decent starting field position.
No, I mean, 4 3-and-outs for Mississippi State so far tonight, and you know, here in the second half, had turnovers down 14 play drives and 3-and-out on the last one.
So from their own 27, snap, handoff, running it left side, getting a yard, maybe Simeon Price, Pensacola native. Wrapped up on the play by Jamil Burrows.
Big guy up front. Only came into the game with 1 tackle. But we've always talked about the depth of the defensive line. They're really showing it here tonight, Chris.
Burrows and Payne up front along with Will Anderson. Looking to throw, having to flip it forward. It is caught. And a gain of a couple on the play, but still a great job by Alabama. Simeon Price reacting to the great effort on the part of Will Rogers to salvage something on that play, but it's still 3rd and about 5.
I mean, they picked up some yards, but it's pressure once again from Alabama. We only blitzed 1 guy. Dallas Turner came from his linebacker position, but able to put pressure on Will Rogers. Now 3rd and 5 coming up. But we talked about at the beginning of the game, we're going to make this guy uncomfortable, get him off schedule. They've done it here tonight. 3 quarters so far in this game.
6 of 17 for 35% on 3rd downs for the Dogs. Thank you for the math, Butch. They'll bring a man in motion, and now they got to get a timeout. Rogers burning one right there as there was some confusion. He had a man coming in motion that I don't think he wanted to see in motion. That play clock was also winding down. Timeout on the field. We will take it with them with 13:33 to go. 27-0. The Tide rolling on homecoming here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda. The loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda. IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Saban Country. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered. Payless Drugs.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it. Unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
27-0, Alabama leading Mississippi State. Still 13:33 left to go at Bryant-Denny Stadium, where we have a great crowd, a sellout crowd on hand once again. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATIX. The official attendance for tonight's game, 100,077 fans in Tuscaloosa. ATIX is the proud sponsor of tonight's game attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. (27-0) Alabama leads Mississippi State. 13:33 to go.
Thank you, Roger. It's
important, right?
It is.
Let's go. Let's keep the shutout on the board, guys. Last time that Mississippi State has scored here a touchdown at Bryant-Denny Stadium goes back to 2014. Mike Leach, in his 3 years, he scored 3 field goals. We beat them in 2020, 41-0. Last year, 49-9.
ESPN just showed a stat. I think we've outscored them 143-6 going back to 2016 here in the stadium. I'll take that.
That's pretty strong.
That would
say that's strong to quite strong.
I would assume that would work. 3rd down and about 6 from their own 32-yard line. Pressure coming up the middle. They throw a jump ball left side. It is going to be incomplete. Great coverage again by Kool-Aid on Tulu. Kool-Aid on Tulu. There you go.
I got one for you. That was called the AAA Fonzie Blitz.
Very nice.
AAA, you got 2 cross blitz with the linebackers. So one guy goes first, another guy comes behind him. Safety adds on, so there's 3 guys in the A gap. Fonzie right there.
So AAA Fonzie allowed Kool-Aid to bust up the play on Tulu.
Roll Tide, baby.
4th down where they're 2 for 5 tonight. I missed you. They'll put a man in motion to the far side. They've got 2 wideouts there, 2 to the left.
Play game.
Yep, they did indeed. Play clock hit 0.
Fans were cheering for it before the flag came.
Yep, they got a timeout.
Timeout.
Two timeouts on this drive alone.
Wow. State's just trying to get something going. They hate that goose egg anywhere, but especially here because it has been, as we mentioned just a few moments ago, a recurring theme.
I mean, it's pretty demoralizing in offense. You can't go out and put any points on the board. I mean, this is a team that came in, Mississippi State offense averaging 35 points a game, averaging 93 on the ground, only 40 so far, but the big number of the night, 334 yards Mississippi State averaging coming in. Only 160 for Will Rogers through the air tonight.
So Mike Leach, who's the head coach and the OC, will bring the punting unit on now. They're just going to kick this one away. Kool-Aid deep back at his 25, waiting on the punt. The rugby-style kick is another good one. High end-under-end kick. Kool-Aid calls fair catch. Says get away from it. Make sure everybody hears it this week. And now it'll be down around the 27-yard line. 41 yards on that punt, and I say that not picking on anybody, but it's a fact. That's part of his responsibility. When a fair catch is called for, he's got to make sure everybody knows to get away from it.
Absolutely. Get out of the way. And look, we had a problem with it last week. We learned from it. There was nobody close to that ball. I can promise you right there.
Treated it like a hand grenade.
Exactly right. So we cleaned that up. And so far the night, besides our defense playing so good, only one penalty for 5 yards tonight.
Earl, Holden, and Bond are the wideouts. The running back is to the left side of Bryce Young. Looks like it's Jahmyr Gibbs. Appears to be the case. They'll move Latu, the tight end, to the right side of the formation.
They run to the right.
Play clock at 2. They are going to run it to the right, and Alabama will pick up some nice yardage, just moving the pile forward to the 35-yard line.
That's a much better run right there for Alabama.
Jahmyr Gibbs was on the carry, and he's able to pick up about 7.5, almost 8 yards from the 35. Latu again to the right side at tight end. Handoff will go to Gibbs again. Trying to make a man miss. He'll just lower his head. Fights near the first down mark. That's where forward progress will get him, and that'll be enough, I believe, for a bank first down. It is indeed. They'll move the chains, and Alabama will keep the clock running now. 12:32, 31, 30 and moving. Time left here in the fourth quarter.
Keep it going. I would really like to see Alabama be able to get some kind of running game going right now. Only 26 yards so far tonight. That's going to, Bryce Young has got negative 15. That one bad fumble puts us back, but not a lot of production running the ball.
Roydell Williams in the backfield. The play action to him. Looking deep. Young instead will have to scramble to his right, directing traffic. He will throw a pass incomplete. It was in the general area of Isaiah Bond, but it falls incomplete, and that was a good intentional throwaway on the part of Bryce, as 9 was being chased by number 9 for Mississippi State. That's DeMonte Russell.
Yeah, he had to throw it away to Bond, because Bond slipped on his route, really messed everything up. We were in a 3-level route, so have a deep guy running down, then a corner route, and then a 5-yard out route to the left sideline. Bond fell down, really blows the play up. Bryce had to escape to the right.
2nd and 10 now for the Tide. They will move Corey Brooks to the left side, leaving 2 wide outs to the right. Still Williams in the backfield. Young gets the play clock to 1 before he gets the snap. Looking, has all day. Now he has to scramble. Look out. He'll roll back left. He'll get a couple of blocks. He will tuck it, he will run, he will get to the boundary, and somebody could have been bubble wrapped. They do. With 11:53 remaining in this fourth quarter. I was love seeing him run, but I was glad to see him get the heck out of bounds.
Well, he's running as fast as he can to the sideline to try to avoid a hit and get there, but man, those big collisions happen like that on the sidelines. Mississippi State defender pulled up, so you put him in the 3rd row over there on the west side.
So 3rd down and 9 upcoming. Bama 6 of 13 on 3rd down so far tonight. 3 men wide right. Latu splits slightly off the line of scrimmage to the left. State showing blitz. Young looking, throwing across the middle. Catch made. Brooks, first down. Inside Mississippi State territory at the Bulldog 42. Flag down in the backfield. Let's see if they hit Bryce a little late once again. If so, it'll be the 3rd late hit on the Dogs tonight on the Bama quarterback. You can call that.
Maybe.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense number 0. 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run and includes an automatic first down.
Well, it's all about learning from your mistakes, and that includes for officiating crews as well.
Well, I think other teams would learn from watching Bryce Young against the blitz. They run cover 0, so everybody's blitzing, man-to-man coverage on the backside, and Brooks does a really good job on his crossing route of when he gets to the top, getting some separation. So Bryce knows they've got one more guy blitzing, kind of backpedals a little bit to buy time to throw an accurate ball downfield.
8 penalties, 80 yards. Bama's going to run it right side with Gibbs. Trying to get to the edge, being chased, gets out of bounds, and he will lose a couple of yards on that play. Great pursuit by Mississippi State there defensively.
Yeah, we got to do a little better job on the perimeter blocking. To get these stretch plays, these sweep type plays to the outside. The only way they're successful or you have a big play is when you get wide receiver blocking downfield. I think couldn't see who it was, but somebody swung and missed. The safety went right past him to have that negative play on first down.
Amari Nyblack, the freshman from St. Petersburg, is in the ball game from Alabama. He's one of 3 wideouts, bunched up to the right side. Bryce looking, throwing. There's the catch. Latu fighting forward. He's going to be stopped just shy of the first down mark. It'll be third and about a yard from there after a gain of around 12.
Perfect. Good play right there on second down to get back third and medium. Spacing route. Nyblack goes over the middle. Latu finds the zone. That was a really nice job of him of running to get open, right? He's got to see where the defenders are at. Sits in the zone. Bryce gives it to him. Upfield shoulder where he can catch it and get some yards after catch.
Bama 50% on third downs today, 7 of 14. Young getting the snap, handing it off. Williams stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. He will lose a half yard, and it will be fourth and right at 3 yards, and that will likely mean Will Reichard's coming back out as Nathan Pickering, the nose guard, really clogged things up in the middle.
Yeah. Shoots the A-gap right there. Nothing for Will Dell to do. A third short like that. Going to be able to pick up the first down, but give Will Reichard another chance. 2 of 2 on the night. 2 nice ones after a bad week last week. Love to make it the hat trick right here for Reichard.
So attempting what will be a 37-yard try, 38 yards officially from the near hash. Kick with plenty of leg. It's up, and this one is good as well. He's back.
There we go.
Reichard 3 for 3 tonight on field goals. He's made his extra points. 50, 33, and now 38 yards executed by Will Reichard. Oh, man, it is so much better to hear in this place. 9:13 left to play on an Alabama Saturday night here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Is bone and joint pain making simple tasks difficult? Don't just live with it. Talk to an orthopedic specialist at Ascension St. Vincent's. Options are available from physical therapy to minimally invasive surgery, which may mean faster recovery and less pain. By listening to understand you, your doctor takes a personalized approach to your care. Appointments are available, and we're here for second opinions too. So don't delay. Schedule at ascension.org/stvincents-AL-ortho.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
9:13 still to go from Tuscaloosa. It is Alabama with a 30-0 lead against Mississippi State. The Bromberg scoring drive, 9 plays, 52 yards, 4 minutes, 3 seconds off the clock as it culminated in another field goal from Will Reichard, this one from 38 yards. And his 3 field goals tonight are the best move of the game, presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game, proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much, partner. Alabama with the ball and ready to kick off football. Up 30-0 over Mississippi State with 9:13 left to play. And look, as we've talked about, the outcome's really not in doubt anymore, but a shutout right now wouldn't be the salve to heal all the wounds of the last week, but it would go a long way towards pointing that direction, especially going into a bye week.
Yeah, going into a bye week, so you get the defense who struggled last week come out here and really sends a message. And that, Christian even said at the beginning of the game, you got to send a message to yourself and the rest of the conference. They're doing it tonight.
Reichard kicking it off, and it will sail away from the State return man and into the end zone. An ice shot, keeping it away from Tulu Griffin and getting it to the end zone. And the Tide enjoys a touchback. They'll have State taking it at their own 25-yard line.
Will Reichard flirted with the corner over there, flirted with the sidelines. Snuck it about 3 yards into the end zone.
Plenty of room.
With a perfect night. You can't have a ball kicked out of bounds. Able to sneak it in. I like to see it.
Quavius Marks in the backfield, joining Will Rogers, who so far tonight has gone 21 of 45 for 160 yards. Bama's kept him in check, trying to continue that. As I say it, he's going to throw left side, complete the pass to Thomas. He'll break one tackle initially, but spins down and falls around the 39. A gain of 14. That'll move the chains, and State will hurry their offense up. From the 38. Looking to throw. With time, they throw it back towards the right side. It's incomplete, but a flag is down. Trying to connect with Justin Robinson again.
It's in the area of a hold right there, Chris.
Hope it's right.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Offense, number 58. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Not a hold, but hands to the face called on the offensive line.
15-yard variety.
Whew. That must have been with malicious intent.
Yo, we've had 9. Mississippi State has 9 penalties now tonight.
95 yards.
Last week we had 17.
Yep. Yes.
I feel like they've had
Saw every one
a million tonight.
They called 4 during warm-ups.
Hate I missed them.
Yeah.
First and forever right now for Mississippi State.
We'll take it. Line of scrimmage is back at their 23. The first down mark is beyond the 45. They throw a slant. Catch made. Hit delivered. Helms connecting with Ra Thomas after his 9-10-yard pickup around the 31-yard line.
Toto leading Alabama right now. 11 tackles. DeMarco Helms right there with him with 10. So our team leaders and tackles continue to do it here tonight.
They got 2 wideouts far right, 2 to the far left. Single setback to the right of Rogers. He gets the snap, will hand it off. Marks up the middle, gets across the 35 to about the 36-yard line, and it will be, it looked like initially 3rd and 1, but it's actually 3rd and 11.
10 more yards to go. Start first at 25. Clock still ticking, 7:56 left. Take your time, Mississippi State. We're okay with it.
Yeah, no problem at all. Bama trying to force the Dogs off the field into a punting situation. Bama's going to drop their coverage back on the far side, still playing up tight on the receiver's near side. Anderson showing blitz from the right edge. Bull rush coming, pass down the middle of the field, and it's going to fall incomplete. Great effort on the part of Alabama. Brian Branch, also Jordan Battle, the strong safety. Neither could come up with a football, but State can't come up with a first down, and they'll have to punt it away again.
Yeah, Brian Branch, really good coverage, but Jordan Battle from a safety position. That ball was slightly overthrown from Will Rogers. Had a chance at the interception, just couldn't get there in time.
George Georgopoulos on the punt.
That's the 6th 3 and out for Bama tonight on defense.
Pretty strong.
12 drives, half of them have been 3 and out.
State averaging better than 40 yards per punt. They've had a couple of different guys kick for them. As this one is wobbly, end under end, and everybody get away. That's what Kool-Aid was instructing everybody to do, and that's what Alabama does. It's a good roll for Mississippi State, down to the Bama 21. That's where the Tide will pick up 1st and 10, likely with a new quarterback to the game when we return. Bama 30, State zip, here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
Bancorp South Bank and Cadence Bank have come together to form a new, even better bank. The new Cadence is more than a merger. Together, we offer more convenience, accessibility, and simplicity through an expanded branch network, secure technology, and enhanced products and services. It's the best of both banks from the same financial services experts you know and trust. Cadence Bank, helping opportunity take shape. Visit cadencebank.com/the new cadence. Member FDIC.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
We still have 7 minutes, 23 seconds to play at Bryant-Denny Stadium with the Alabama Crimson Tide leading the Mississippi State Bulldogs 30-0. Make sure after the ball game, stay tuned for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Thank you, Roger. Alabama with great homecoming weekend, the Grand Marshal of the homecoming parade. Great Alabama track and field athlete Lily Leatherwood recognized at the pep rally last night, honored beforehand and getting the lead parade on a perfect day. Our guy Rashad Johnson, bless his heart, what was it, 3 years ago? Was Grand Marshal 4 years ago when it rained?
Yes,
they brought it back for a redo the next year. It had much better weather, but great to have Lily back on campus and see all of the alums that were back. I talked with Coach about it pregame. He said, look, it's basically another week for the players, although they did come over and speak at the pep rally for a few moments last night. The seniors did, but it is festive. It is fun around campus and a chance to celebrate a ton of history at the University of Alabama as Jalen Milroe is checked in at quarterback.
Love to see that. Probably like to see his wheels right here.
How about another guy in the game? Number 8. He's finally here. Tyler Harrell, the transfer from Louisville, seeing his first action as a member of the Crimson Tide. Known as a burner. Handoff goes right side. And there is nowhere to go for Alabama's Chase McClellan. A couple of yards, or excuse me, the line of scrimmage at best.
Sorry, I didn't see the play. I was watching Harold go in motion. He ran a jet sweep.
You're ready to see it.
It looked pretty good. Looks like McClellan's coming off with holding his left shoulder. That's not good to see.
That is not a good sign. Roydell Williams will take his spot in the backfield. You got Harrell in the slot left side. They'll run it left side. And helped by his friend getting about 5 yards on that play is Roydell Williams. Deshaun Page brought him down, but it looked like Tyler Booker, the freshman lineman, grabbed Williams with both arms and helped push him about 5 yards forward.
Teamwork makes the dream work, Chris. Right? We'll take it any way we can get it. Put the yards on there. I want to see it. We got 3rd and 10 right now. We got plenty of time. Let's throw one to Harrell.
I'm fine with it. Deep. Not to run it up, just to watch him run. Heard about how fast he is.
Oh, yeah.
They're looking that direction. He swings it out. He catches it, and he's got a first down. A bank first down. Tyler Harrell, there he is. The Louisville transfer. 5th-year senior from Miami makes the grab, and Alabama moves the chains once again, and the clock moves more as well, under 5:50 to go in the 4th quarter.
1 for 1. He's about 1,000 right now. It was a good route, too. Get 12-yard curl route, so he's got to run 12 and then separate at the top to give you enough room. Really good throw from Milroe, but I like that right there from Harrell. You got speed like that, you can sell it deep, you make the cornerback hips flip.
They'll hand it off, run it up the middle with Williams. And he'll get a yard. And the clock runs, and we're fine with that. Bryce Young's night complete for the Crimson Tide. 21 of 35, and I would say about 5 or 6 of those were intentional throwaways.
Yep.
2 touchdowns, no picks, 249 yards. Not bad.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. You know, we talked about the catch by Harrell, but the throw for Milroe was pretty good as well.
Right on the money,
Great
on
to see
time.
him
Yep.
with confidence gained. 2nd and 9. They'll hand it off left side. Cutting it back, pushing forward. That's Williams again for a gain of a couple. It'll be 3rd and long. We may get a chance to see Milroe throw it again with the clock moving under 4:40 now.
Christian Leary checks in. Got Isaiah Bond. Kendrick Law, I think, is out there. The young guys get him going. Still want to see it to Harrell, though. You can tell just watching him run the motion and watching the one route we've seen, he's got a burst. He's got some speed.
They're playing him up tight to the right side. I would love to see that be a royal mistake. Banks is the one defending him. Milroe wants to throw it his direction, throwing the out route, trying to get it to Leary, but that was broken up. The deep ball was the one there, wasn't it?
Jalen! He was covered. It was good coverage, but
so what? Throw it.
Give the people what they want, Jalen.
Oh, it would have been nice.
He looked good on that post route. He was running a post. His job right there with 2 safeties like that. Take the top off the defense. Then Milroe's never going to throw that ball based on that coverage, but he looks good. He looks full speed. And maybe this is just a little bit of what's going to happen next week, and then
that would be
toward
nice.
the second half of the season.
That would be nice. A lengthy second half of the season is what we're hoping for. Xavier Thomas deep. As James Burnup is on to punt again for Alabama. Gets it away in a hurry as they had the punt block on. Fair catch called for and made by Thomas right at the 23-yard line. 1st and 10 for Mississippi State with 3:58 to go following a 41-yard punt. 30-0, Alabama with a lead. State went for it, gambled a couple of times in the first half. On 4th down, they had a chance to get some points with field goals, but opted to go for touchdowns instead and got nothing whatsoever.
Yeah, 3 turnover on downs. 3 turnover downs for Mississippi State. The real costly one was in their own territory at the 30-yard line and gave it Alabama a pretty good field position.
Rogers still in there at quarterback. Dogs trying to avoid a shutout. Low snap. He picks it up. He'll throw it right side. That's going to be caught shy of the 30 and brought down at the 29-yard line. Was Caleb appropriately named ducking, because that's what he was doing after making the grab. His defenders were flying in after him.
Well, another catch from Mississippi State, but another tackle from Alabama. This is a team that came in averaging, I think, 175, 200 yards after catch. And Alabama's really limited that tonight.
Pair of wideouts each side as Rogers will throw it across the middle, and it's knocked away. Great play by Jordan Battle, who's frustrated. He's like, oh, man, if I could have broken on it just a quarter of a second sooner in front of Rufus Harvey, I'd have had a pick.
I'll take it, though. That's a good play.
No doubt.
Seeing the crossing route coming from the right side, coming from a safety position, so he's going to pick the guy coming up from the other side, knows exactly what he's looking at, and makes the play on it.
Jamarian Latham among those out there now on the defensive front for Alabama. It's the 20th 3rd down attempt for Mississippi State tonight. They've converted on 6. They'll throw it left side, back shoulder fade, incomplete. Underthrown, intended for Ra Thomas, but could not connect. And let's see if the Dogs will go for it or punt it away right here. Looks like they're going to keep
going, yeah.
Yeah, why not? I think part of this is Mike Leach understanding Nick Saban has a heart if he doesn't get the first down. Coach may just take a knee a couple of times with 3:19 to go. He'd have to run a couple of plays anyway. Dogs want to throw it, they do, and that is going to be enough for a first down. Catch made around the 40-yard line.
I think what he was really thinking, Chris, is I don't want to get shut out.
I know he's thinking that.
So now you get a chance.
That's what I'm saying. If I don't get the first down.
And then we'll just run out the clock, yeah.
Not that there's much difference in 30 and 37, except for the number 7. I just wanted to throw that out there that I did know the math. Snap going to Rogers, flushed out of the pocket, throws, catch made, and a gain of about 7 before he's knocked out of bounds. That's Harvey again, making the grab for State.
Eli Ricks on the tackle, forced him out of the bounds. Talk about having a good night, man. Eli Ricks coming out, making his first start of the season, and basically, I think they had one catch against him. He locked it down 6 or 7 times on targets. He's been playing ball tonight.
Jaquez Robinson, a third-year sophomore in the game in the backfield, defensive backfield for Alabama. As the run goes right up the middle and gets the midfield stripe. It's enough for a first down for Marks. Jamarian Latham making the stop as the clock stops briefly to move the chains. Now starts again with 2:32, 31, 2:30 now left in this ball game, and they're tied up comfortably 30-0, trying to record the shutout. Be another one here at home, matching the one that got the opener against Utah State. Bring a man in motion to the near side, the Dogs do. Little shuffle pass up front, and it is wrapped up initially, and then after a gain back to the line of scrimmage, Marks is brought down once again. Sorry for the hesitation there on my part, but it was Payne who almost got him in the backfield. Heck of a play on the part of Marks to get to the line of scrimmage.
Spin move, just spun away from it, getting back to the line. Should have been a tackle for loss for Alabama. 2nd and 10 now.
From midfield, Rogers throws the slant in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Incomplete, trying to get to ducking once again. Ricks was there. And also DeMarco Helms, they almost got a hand on the deflection, but couldn't come up with it. It'll be 3rd down and 10 with 1:40 to go.
That was a bullet from Rogers.
It really was.
I mean, threw it as hard as he could on the slant.
Anderson and Braswell on the field for Alabama right here. A couple of frontline guys back in for Alabama on 3rd and long. They'll throw left side, and it's knocked away. Malachi Moore with a hand on it. Knock it away. Jordan Battles mad. He said, man, I had the pick if you'd let it go.
If you get it out of the way, he was going for it. He saw his buddy coming right at him. He couldn't get it in the way, or he'd have been decapitated.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Battle's been in the right spot all night long, too. Our defense, I'm really impressed with their secondary. I mean, State, this is a team that throws the ball all over the yard, and we've literally shut them down right now, 1:35 left.
State 3 of 6 on 4th down attempts. It's 4th and 10 right here, right at midfield. 1:35 to go. Rogers looking, throwing left side. That is going to be caught, but they're going to throw a flag on the play. Let's see who it's on. One would think that it's on the defense because it normally is, but there was some shoving going on by the receiver, Ra Thomas, as well.
Yeah, I think it's on Kool-Aid. Back shoulder throw once again.
Well, we're watching a team in maroon and white.
Pass interference. Defense number 1. By rule, the ball would place at the spot of the foul and includes an automatic first down.
For the 2nd time in as many games in this stadium, we are watching a team in maroon and white drive in the final 2 minutes of the game, but this is far less stressful than the last time we were here.
Yeah, this is pretty low stress right now.
Yeah.
30-0. Kool-Aid, that was a PI, though. Anytime you grab the shirt of the guy, pull him down, it's going to call it.
Okay. 1st and 10. They throw it left side. Catch is made, and brought down once again is Thomas outside the 15-yard line.
All right, guys. 1:08 left. Keep him out of the end zone. Got inside the 20 right there. Another pass. I think Kool-Aid slipped on that play. He was able to throw it. Should have been cover 2 right there in the honey hole near the sideline.
Timeout.
State calling a timeout right here.
That's it for them. They brought 2 on 1 drive in the 3rd quarter.
So we will keep it right here and remind you that next week, we're calling basketball from Foster Auditorium, Alabama, taking on Tom Stipe, help me. Roger
How
Hoover,
about
help
Southern
me.
Illinois.
Thank you, Roger Hoover. Bless you. Drew an absolute blank. I brought up a topic I knew nothing about. Well, there's me every
and I'm
day.
off that game. I mean, I'm trying to help you.
You come in.
There's not room at Foster.
That's true. That's true. You can be our curbside reporter. Instead of our sideline reporter. You can head out. You can tell us what's happening out in the parking lot. But we are looking forward. It's a student-oriented game there for the students, and we are going to have radio coverage on many of our CTS and affiliates. 1:55, Brian Pasick and I will have coverage with Tom Stipe for you from Foster coming up next Saturday. 1st and 10, Mississippi State, operating from the Alabama 16-yard line. Second time tonight they've been in the Alabama red zone. They will hand it off. They'll run it right side. They'll cut it back, and they'll get the running back upended. That's Simeon Price getting the carry down inside the 10 to around the 8-yard line with the clock moving at 55 seconds left to go.
That was a good play call. I don't think anybody in this building thought it was going to be a run play after they took their last time out, but picked up some good yards on first.
Rogers getting the snap, throwing left side. They'll make the catch, but it's out of bounds, incomplete. They're going to plead the case. Jameer Calvin will, but that's an incomplete pass.
It's a high likelihood this will be reviewed.
Oh my goodness. Nope, they're not. Not so far. Dear Lord.
No, elbow went down first. Almost, he drug the back foot in, but his elbow hit out of bounds before his toe went in.
Yeah.
3rd down for Mississippi State.
It is 3rd and goal. Or
no,
excuse me,
short.
3rd. You're exactly right. 3rd and about a half yard. Rogers. And a flag comes in. That's delay of game, wasn't it?
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Christian, how big is it right now for Alabama if they can hold this off?
It's a big deal, Chris. It's a mentality. You know, obviously it doesn't mean anything. We're just going to win the game. On the surface level, it doesn't mean anything. But in that locker room, it means a lot. This defense has worked hard to get this shutout, and they're going to want to do so right here.
3rd down and 6. Rogers looking, throwing it to the man out of the backfield. Catch is made. 1st down gain inside the 5. Again, Simeon Price able to make the grab, get the 1st down. 31 seconds to go. No timeouts left for Mississippi State. And they'll operate from the Alabama 4.
You think they're going to throw to the end zone 3 times right here and at least get 3, maybe 4 plays.
Rogers looking, throwing across the middle, knocked away. Once again, Malachi Moore, and a late flag comes in. A late flag with 20 seconds remaining. I think they'll get Malachi.
Pass interference. Defense, number 13. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 2-yard line and includes an automatic first down.
Nick Saban, as I looked at the television monitor, said something along the lines of, "Gentlemen, I don't think I agree with that call." Something like that, loosely translated.
Loosely, yeah. I'd like to see the captions, closed captions on that one.
Still 1st and goal. Rogers looking, slant, catch made. Was he in? No. Nope. They spot him at the 1, or the 1 foot, that is. Ra Thomas making the grab with 9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5. Are they going to get the snap off in time? 2, 1. They'll hand it off. He'll walk in, and dadgummit, with no time left, State will score to avoid the shutout. Y'all enjoy that one on the ride back down 82. Big day for you. Christian Miller, frustrating, I know, but a heck of an effort overall for the Tide.
Definitely frustrating, Chris. But what I like to see is I see Holmes. He's yelling at that young defensive back that came in there who wasn't lined up and prepared, and ultimately probably led to that score right there. And that's what I like to see. These guys are being competitive right now. They don't care that they just want to get away with the win. They wanted to keep that 0 on the scoreboard, and rightfully so. And I'm proud to see them compete like that. That's the type of mentality we need on defense.
Well, it's not a shutout. It's 30-6. They're not going to try the extra point. Mike Leach don't like kicking the football anyway. Doesn't really matter. Bama wins. That's what does. John Parker Wilson, a great response from this Alabama team.
No doubt about it. Love it right there. 30 points to 6 for Mississippi State. Defense answered it, though. You know, after having a tough week last week against Tennessee, come back out here and set the tone, control the game all night long. 221 yards to the air for Will Rogers on a team that throws the ball. Better than most teams in the country. Under 50% passing for him also. Defense front played good with 3 of our starters out up front. All in all, Eli Ricks comes in and makes his first start of the year. Played fantastic. Bryce Young does it again. 2 touchdowns to the air.
Great effort from the Crimson Tide. Christian Miller, fun to see Alabama bounce back, be efficient, be solid in that first half, not do anything that would allow State to get back in it in the second. The Tide able to pull off the win again, 30-6. Your final, Alabama with the victory, able to stay perfect here at home and improve to now 7-1 overall on the year. Mississippi State drops to 5-3. Post game coming your way in just a moment. We will turn it over to Roger Hoover to drive things for you there. Enjoyed it again, boys. Thanks so much for everything as the Tide wins it 30-6. I'm Chris Stewart. Stay tuned for post-game coverage in a moment. Alabama, a winner, the region's 5th quarter show, and Coach Saban's press conference live, powered by Tri-Green Equipment. Coming up next here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Crimson Tide fans, as our state moves to the next chapter, the Alabama Department of Public Health is shifting strategies from emergency response to one that minimizes daily disruption to our lives. COVID-19 vaccines and boosters are widely available to anyone 6 months of age and older should you decide that you need one. Together, we can help to protect each other moving forward. For more information on COVID vaccines and virus prevention, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/COVID-19.
Hey Tide fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, basement, or garage? Life Storage can help, offering a variety of spaces and sizes, including traditional or climate controlled. Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
Unbeatable mileage from Chevron with Techron unlocks all kinds of unbeatable trips, like to family dinner the next town over, or to a family wedding the next town over, or even to a family reunion over the river and through the woods at Grandma's house. Any drive is worth it to see Grandma, especially when you can stop along the way for unbeatable cleaning power from Chevron with Techron. Your engine will be thanking you for making the trip. Download the Chevron app now and find unbeatable mileage near you.
Excuse me, do you know how long halftime is for a Crimson Tide football game? 15 minutes?
12 minutes?
18 minutes? I'm pretty sure 12 minutes.
Actually, halftime at Alabama lasts 20 minutes. Any idea how long it takes to complete a mortgage application?
An hour and a half.
Probably like 3 hours at least. It takes a couple days.
I'm going to go with 45 minutes.
Actually, at Assurance Financial, you can apply for a mortgage in less time than halftime. Find out more by visiting them at AssuranceMortgage.com. That's AssuranceMortgage.com.
Equal housing opportunity, NMLS 70876.
On the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the 5th quarter show, presented by Regions, the official bank of the SEC. Also brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Citricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Toyota, visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. And by Bud Light, it's for the fans.
Crimson Tide win 30-6, the final score in Tuscaloosa as Alabama improves to 7-1 on the season, also 4-1 in conference play. Roger Hoover alongside John Parker Wilson, glad to welcome you to the Region's fifth quarter show. And if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regions Visa debit card. Visit regions.com/GoBama to order yours today. John Parker Wilson, we had a lot of questions about this Crimson Tide football team after last week's first loss of the year. We got a lot of those answered tonight.
No doubt. You guys played well. They handled it well, and I think played with an edge tonight, even up to the last score right there of getting frustrated with their teammates that they did give up the touchdown. So I like it more than anything. We played great, especially on defense. We could have done some better things on offense. We only had 290 yards through the air, 29 on the ground, 27 attempts, 29 rush yards. Averaging 1.1 yards per rush is not going to get it done. But our offense, I'm not worried about them at all. Our defense showed me that they can play, and I think that was the biggest story tonight to come out with.
Again, the Crimson Tide pick up the win, 30-6, the final score over Mississippi State. We'll continue with more of the region's fifth quarter show in a moment. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture yourself here. White sugar sand beach, clear blue-green water. This is Pensacola. It's the way to beach. Experience what's